I love how the title that has the invasion of Chicago in it is a good news stream because of the second part. I'll get started in a couple minutes, guys. Hello, everybody. Good morning, good evening. Now, you guys are going to have to bear with me a little bit today, because I have a very, very annoying cough that just isn't seeming to go away, no matter how much tea I drink, even if it's, like, mostly honey with a little bit of tea. But we got a lot to go over today. So, partially why we're going to focus on so much stuff today is because I have to spend the rest of this week, hopefully not the whole time, hopefully I can get this done quickly, but migrating from Windows to a Linux PC. By the way, if you're on Windows 10, October 14th, update support ends for Windows. There is a line of hackers just waiting for October 15th so that they could just break into everything. Because it's no longer supported for updates. There's still unpatched stuff in Windows 10. Now, like, you could switch to Windows 11. You shouldn't do that, but you could. Beyond that, you could technically be paying Microsoft $30 a month to extend the support for about a year, but you have to be signed in to a Microsoft account for every 30 days, or you lose that, and it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter if you, pay for it either. Now, why not just switch to Windows 11? Because Windows 11 is even more spyware. It's not good at all. Like, it breaks. It doesn't work well with several different applications. But also, Windows 11 takes screenshots of your entire screen every 10 seconds and sends all of that data to Microsoft servers. You can't turn that off. Not to mention that, like, all Windows devices, 10 and 11, have keyloggers built in. Like, they're making Windows so much shittier and increasingly less usable. So at this point, it's just switched to Linux. Perhaps there's Linux Mint. Well, that's what I was thinking of, Anarchist Tech Support. What I do have to figure out is whether that supports, like, all of my hardware and all the different software I have to run and compatibility issues and all of that. Oh, by the way, what's up, Jason Schoof? It's gonna be a pain in the ass. There's like a billion Linux distros, and I need one that fits, like, several different use cases. Not to mention, like, that I'm gonna have to set up a VM, because I do need Windows for a couple of things, but I'm not gonna, like, stay on Windows just for those. I'll just run those through a virtual machine or something. But no, it's been like an annoying week. So I have to do that this week. Within the next couple of months, I also have to switch my VPN to a different pay structure, like using Monero instead of cash to pay for that. I have to set up a virtual private server in another country in case they actually go through with banning VPNs here. Now, whether or not they ban VPNs, it's still probably a good idea to do that, because VPNs can still spy on you, even if you use them. It's a whole thing. Not to mention, like, dealing with other issues. Like, tell me how my electricity bill went up 8 times the amount it was last month to this month, when I've used less power in the last month. Fun times. Gotta deal with that shit, too. They're just, like, on every level, coming for me this week to just make my life hell. But instead of being mad about that, I'm going to be happy about what's happening in some parts of the world. There's plenty to be mad about in what's happening in the world, of course, but there are some good things. For example, there are mass protests rising all over the world. In fact, I would go as far as saying a wave of revolutions. This is the Gen Z spring instead of the Arab Spring, and hopefully it won't be negative like the Arab Spring was. It didn't quite work out, but let's take a look.
From Madagascar to Nepal to Peru, Gen Z protests erupting in pockets around the globe in recent months. Though the individual causes vary, they share a common thread. Protesters in their teens and 20s angry at the state of their countries, organizing on social media and taking to the streets.
These are the digital natives. The generation obviously is very, very comfortable organizing on social media. It's their natural medium for expressing themselves.
In Madagascar, what began as anger over water shortages and power blackouts has morphed into a national movement. At least one Madagascar protester saying they were
Pretty
inspired
sure
by
in
what they saw.
Madagascar they successfully overthrew the government. There is, again, there's Peru, there's Colombia, there's Indonesia still. Nepal succeeded, but we'll see like where that one goes. This is spreading globally. And not to mention like Europe. Like France just had their what is it? Like their prime minister or their president, whichever one Macron isn't, resign as well. The left is pretty mad because Macron keeps putting in centrists when the left won the last election. Oh wow, it occurred to me, literally saying Copilot takes screenshots. Yeah, of course it does. It's all spyware. Any enterprise grade AI is spyware, by the way. That's why it's on your phone by force. That's why you don't get to get rid of it. That's why Microsoft puts it into Prime Minister. Thank you, Jason Shuve. That's why Microsoft puts it into your computer. That's why Mac is going to do the same thing with theirs. You can like run a local AI that isn't spyware, but you know. Oh, it censored that. Guys, by the way, remember, if you get a censor for any message that you tried to send in the live chat, whether it's on my channel or not, by the way, like if you're watching another live stream and one of your chats gets censored, please copy and paste whatever got censored and send that to me. I've gotten some really interesting data so far from that, but I need more to compile and figure out like what exactly are they doing in the algorithm for the YouTube chat. Someone said last stream that one of their chats about reducing violence got censored. Like their chat was literally like, if you do this, we can reduce the amount of violence, and that got censored. So, you know. Also, I think the far right Le Pen can run for prime minister despite being able to run for president. She should just be in prison. Like, you know what I mean, Jason Shuve? She got sentenced to prison. She'll get out eventually. I'm sure she will run. I'm sure it doesn't matter, but Le Pen should be in prison for the rest of her life. To be fair, so should Meloni, so should, I don't remember what her name is, the lesbian Nazi from the AFD. Which would be bad because Macron may put up an election which could give it to Le Pen. Well, you know, the Liberals do often do dumb things like that. I mean, look at the UK. That's how Brexit happened. Which, don't get me started on the UK, I'm saving a whole bunch on that for when we talk about Russia, because goddamn, the UK has a Russia problem. But for now, some good news. Revolutions all over the world.
Online in Nepal. Another student protester saying the whole population can't take it anymore. We are here because we suffer. Our family suffers. Everybody suffers.
When people see something successfully happening in another country where people my age, so these are young people who see these protests on social media almost instantaneously, right? And they think, well, if they can.
You say that, but no, you don't see them instantaneously. You see them less and less and less and less and less as time goes on. Oof, if Le Pen gets to running France, I know a lot of people who would need to get the fuck out. Well, here's the thing, anarchist tech support, there's not really that many places to get the fuck out to anymore, and that number keeps going down right now. I mean, in Europe, where the fuck are you gonna go? Poland, right wing. They're only on our side because they're anti-Russian. Germany, AFD's doing better than they did last time. I mean, like, they just did well in, like, a local election. The UK is about to fall to reform. America is the Fourth Reich. Australia is increasingly authoritarian. Polynesia, well, that's going to be underwater in the next 10 years. So, like, I guess for a temporary stay, sure. Not to mention the fact that, like, that is also going to be an area that is at risk of lots of war when the stuff with China starts. Iceland? Maybe? Maybe. Yeah, Iceland sounds nice. I'd go to Iceland. Madagascar, depending on how the revolution goes.
And why can't we?
Despite the president of Madagascar dissolving the government Monday, demonstrators continue demanding his resignation. At least 22 people have been killed and more than 100 injured, according to the UN. In Morocco, protests also turning deadly, authorities saying 2 people were killed in clashes Wednesday.
What the news will never say, like the mainstream media will never say, is yes, people die in these protests, in these clashes, mostly because the violence is started by the regime, by the state, by the enforcers, by the police, and by the loyalists. Like, it's almost never the actual protesters beginning violence. It's usually the actual, at most, it's lighting a trash can on fire or something like that. And granted, that is all quite normalized in protests. In America, we've lost our minds because we talk about protest having to be not just nonviolent, but not blockading a main road, for example. It's supposed to be disrupting. It's supposed to draw attention. It's supposed to be dramatic. That's the point. But not you just protest on the sidewalk and don't cause any disruption. You're not really protesting then, are you? You're just standing there and yelling into the void. Protests don't work unless they have consequences. Disruption, like blocking cars on a road, I don't know, setting fire to a couple garbage cans, in a safe and controlled manner, not any kind of intent to harm people. But the right wing, and especially the regime enforcers in all of these countries, often point at these and say, look at these violent, extremists, and then send out the enforcers to start violence with them every time.
As the country's youth accuse leaders of prioritizing funds for the 2030 World Cup instead of needs like schools and healthcare.
They're spending $1 billion building a footy stadium for the World Cup after we host it this year, I guess. I don't know when the fuck the World Cup is. I don't follow sports, but they're spending $1 billion to build a stadium for the next World Cup. And here they're not really available today. Hey, Buncor, I hope you're doing all right. It is always a day. If you're listening, at the very least, some good news.
Last month, demonstrators in Nepal against corruption, nepotism, and a nationwide ban on social media setting fire to the parliament building. A Gen Z representative saying, we have unanimously recommended the interim prime minister to form the functioning government. Popping up in protests around the world, a form of the Jolly Roger flag, originally from the best-selling Japanese comic and anime series One.
This is showing up everywhere. I haven't seen it in America yet, but I needed to. The discourse over whether or not One Piece is a political anime is insane. Again, I have not even finished the first season. I've only watched the first 20 episodes. And literally, the second fucking episode of this show involves a prisoner who is being starved by the Marines, and a child going to try and feed that prisoner because the child, can realize that it is immoral to do so, to starve a prisoner. And then the cops come and arrest the little child. They're like, hey, we're going to put you to death for trying to feed the prisoner. And that is episode fucking 2. Did you reach Arlong Park yet? No, I just finished up with the Baratier, Captain Buggy.
Peace, the flag now a symbol of Gen Z defiance. From France, the Philippines, Indonesia, Peru, Argentina, and even in Madagascar.
Bring this home, y'all! I never watched One Piece, but it's interesting to see the flag popping up organically like this. That's because that is the meaning of the show, Jet. Again, I've only seen part of the first season. I've seen the entire live action one's first season. That's all I know. And what I've been told about this show. But primarily the entire focus of they don't go looking for treasure. It's a show about liberation. Yeah, Luffy is a terrorist fighting against the world government, which, by the way, I learned this recently, but apparently the entire planet of One Piece was not always mostly water and islands. It became that way because of climate change, and everything is ruled by the single world government, and they just abuse and exploit people. The show is like fully centered around liberation, freedom, all of it. I mean, like, again, I genuinely love this show, and I'm excited that there is about, I don't know, 1,000 more episodes to watch. Bring this shit home, y'all. This really, like, this is a symbol that is currently illegal in Indonesia. It came from an anime, sure. It is now a real symbol for liberation. It is banned in Indonesia.
As youth movements pop up in different corners of the world, governments might need to rethink how they respond to a generation that demands change. In Madagascar, protesters suspended their demonstrations in the capital for 24 hours yesterday over concerns of the health and safety of those involved, but the rallies continued throughout the rest of the country. Tom?
Valerie Castro for us. Valerie, we thank you for watching, and remember...
So, like, that's pretty cool. I'm a big fan. Now, it's very funny because France 24 is reporting this as a contagion effect among Gen Z. It's a social contagion to want liberation, freedom, to not be exploited and abused and enslaved. And so the fact that this is the language being used, by the way, like, France 24 is a mainstream media source that I actually quite like for some, like, European news. They're not perfect, obviously, they're mainstream media still, but these lean a bit to, like, the left. Not necessarily actually the left, but leftish. Them using contagion effect shows that the liberals are scared. And they should be.
Joining us, we've been reporting in this programme about protests across the world. In particular, we've featured Madagascar and Morocco. There is a phenomenon sweeping the world, young people taking to the streets with a common aim, united by social media and a utopian Japanese manga comic. The symbol, a link between the protests from Paris to Madagascar to Nepal to Morocco to Rome, the one-piece straw hat pirate flag. The manga is themed on the following lines: anti-globalization, anti-fascist, loosely socialist, themes that resonate with young people who see corruption and cronyism.
Well, there you go. That's a great ad to go watch One Piece.
Deny them their chances in life. Selena Sykes has more on Generation Z and their world protests.
We want to live, not survive. The rallying cry of thousands of predominantly young demonstrators taking to the streets across Madagascar since last Thursday over long-standing water and power cuts. Inspired by so-called Gen Z protests elsewhere, they are the largest the Indian Ocean island has seen in years and has led the president to dissolve his government.
They call us the TikTok generation, a generation of idiots. And when we rise up, they won't even let us speak about the country's problems.
Led by a group called Gen Z 212, young Moroccans have also been voicing their discontent over the last few days, accusing the government of pouring money into hosting international sports events, the upcoming Africa Cup of Nations and the 2030 World Cup, while neglecting health and education.
Young people are demanding schools and hospitals. What they are asking for is not impossible. These are necessities in Morocco. How can the authorities not understand this?
In response, authorities have arrested dozens of protesters. Like their peers elsewhere in the world, Zoomers born between the late 90s and the early 2010s are more connected than ever and want their voices to be heard. But their discontent is often met by a heavy-handed response.
Yeah, it's almost like when people just want food and water and housing and, I don't know, like a life that is normal and reasonable. And then you send jackbooted thugs to crack down on them and beat them and abuse them. It kind of tends to make people fucking mad. Yeah, you know, like I don't know why I have to explain this.
A generational rift that has also swept through South Asia, with Gen Z protests toppling governments in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh and most recently in Nepal. Santosh, who lives in a small town an hour away from Kathmandu, sees his own struggles reflected in the country's recent turmoil.
There's a big problem with jobs here. Even after getting a degree, people don't find work, so they have to go abroad. And those that do only earn 100 to 150 euros a month. That's not enough to live on.
In an increasingly connected world, Gen Z also see their struggles reflected in movements elsewhere, with technology brokering a sense of solidarity between young people protesting against corruption, inequality and economic crisis in different.
I'm proud of these people. It's kind of really telling when you look at any other country where there is mass protests, and sure, like the police are cracking down on them, but you're not hearing anyone being like, look at these domestic terrorists, and like the fact that these people are doing that, right? Like this is going on everywhere else in the world. And in America, we look at Portland, which we're going to go into, but we look at this and, oh, look at all the terrorists, the radical left, Antifas, the Portland is on fire, it's a war zone. Like, come on. Come the fuck on. First of all, I wish it was this rather than this, because they are still going to respond exactly the same way. It's not like the response isn't already far too severe. It's not like they're not picking up protesters and disappearing them. It's not that like they don't have snipers on the roof with actual firearms trained on journalists and protesters. No, like that stuff is already happening. They're already using chemical weapons, CN gas, CS gas, all of that, arresting and detaining people who are brown that have the lowest quality of life possible. Not even just that. They're arresting and detaining anybody that they don't like. Fucking lawyers, yeah, and lawyers, journalists, protesters, like anybody. Hell, politicians. What was it, like Los Angeles that just had, like their alderman arrested? Or was that a different state? Like, we look at what's going on in America and we pretend it's a war zone where, like, look at Peru. Look at Peru.
Countries demonstrated by inequality and economic crisis.
I want to see that. It looks like January 6th. That was a movement of love, right? So, like, this would be fine.
In different countries. Demonstrated by this pirate flag from the popular Japanese anime series One Piece, seen during recent protests in Peru and the Philippines, as well as on banners in Madagascar and Nepal.
Let's get the analysis of the situation. Dr. Sabir Senior joins us. He's director of the Southeast Asia Institute at the School of Oriental and African Studies at the University of London. Dr. Senior, thanks for being with us here in France 24.
Oh, they won't get those cards that allow them to live and eat without worry for long. The right can only afford to do that as long as they have the funds to do that. The United States economy is collapsing in real time. Bankruptcies are up 15% this year so far. About 10% of the country is unemployed if you count people who are underemployed and people who have not applied for a job in the last 30 days because they gave up. So it's getting worse. By the way, they just decided that we're going to tariff everything that comes in through a border by truck by 25% now. So you already couldn't afford food, and that's going to get worse. We sent $20 billion to Argentina, and we're ramping up a war with Venezuela. So they're siphoning all of the money. And sure, like, while they're doing that, they're going to keep their base happy for a little bit longer, but that's not going to last. In all likelihood, the United States will default on the debt and create a global economic crash by March of next year at the latest, in my opinion.
We appreciate your presence, and I hope you can throw some light onto this for me as to how this manga figure, this One Piece pirate flag with the straw hat, seems to become central to what is going on around the world. We'll get into discussing the whys and wherefores.
I just got censored for bringing up the treatment of protest medics. Oh, of course you did. You in the Discord, Anarchist Tech Support? Please send me exactly the message. Like, you can put it in stream discussions in the Discord, or you can just send it to me via DM. I don't mind either way. Plus, the public is fighting back. Like, these ICE agents are having a hard time finding restaurants that will serve them in Chicago. That's why they wear masks, but they're gonna make that literally illegal, Sylvie. Actually, it kind of already is. With NSPM 7, they could charge that restaurant owner for extremism when it comes to migrants, for example. Like, they'd probably use that justification. Discord is quarantining me as a user. That's fine. Switch to simple X anyway. Well, actually, I'll talk more about this later, but you don't want to be using Signal anymore, and Discord is fully, I mean, it's been for a long time, fully compromised, but I mean, it is now a danger to be using it as much, so.
Of what people are unhappy about, but how has this symbol become, in many ways, this kind of like flag bearer for all these movements?
Well, all of these movements basically have rallied around this anime figure, as you say, and they've given it a new meaning that somehow this stands for freedom, it stands for liberty, it stands against corruption, it stands against the elite. So, you know, we are living in a populist world, and sort of a figure like this. You also mentioned TikTok and social media and the way in which the Gen Z has a connection with their mobile phones. There is an entire global subculture around many of these figures, and I think the gulf between elites and people of an older age group and the youth, on the other hand, is reflected in exactly the perplexity of your question, which is the difficulty that many of us have when something coming out of a slightly underground culture, which has spread around the world via new mechanisms of communication and new tools that youth are so connected to, has acquired a meaning in so many different countries.
Again, like, this is why they're ramping up internet censorship across the board. You could see this already in play in the West, actually, because in all of these other countries, the censorship was already there because their governments would impose it. And also, some of the revolution does not come from online organizing. Online organizing is useful to an extent, but primarily it's offline organizing. You can send the message out online, sure, but any actual plan to go and demonstrate, to go and do a protest, you're going to want to talk to people in person for that. And in all these other countries, people are far more used to talking to people in person. They still have that offline culture. Whereas in the West, the crackdowns and the censorship on social media have all but well, I don't want to say all but, because France is still doing all right with this, but mostly have been co-opted by the right. And that's why you're seeing large-scale protests from the right in places like Australia and places like the UK, whereas it's just pretty impossible to really do organizing online in America anymore. I mean, they're arresting PSL members in California right now. Are these revolutions socialist in nature? Well, they all, yeah, generally. A lot of these are based on economic discrimination against poor people, and they carry around the One Piece flag, which indicates that it's anti-fascist, anti-capitalist, and socialist-aligned, thoughts. What's up, Death of Philippe August? Can you say happy birthday to my dad, Mike Huntissery? He's fighting ice in Chicago. Happy fucking birthday to your father. Your father is a hero, Garrett Claxton. Happy birthday to Mike Huntissery for fighting ice in Chicago. Good job. You know who else's birthday it is today, by the way? Vladimir Putin's birthday. And my birthday wish for him is a very lucky drone strike on his complex. Zora, what is the first two characters of your username on SX? Not sure which one it is, to be honest. Was going to toss you a group chat. I can't remember. I need to make another one. I didn't save the actual fucking username for it because it was a bunch of numbers. Downloaded the APK for that chat app. Based. It's far better than Signal. You don't have to put a phone number in for it, for one.
Which otherwise have some similarities, but a lot of differences between them. And I think that is really interesting. It's not the only time this has happened, of course. We've looked at popular cultural things in the Korean movement, for example. But the global spread of this particular pirate flag is very interesting in terms of the fact that there is an entire subculture, which is specifically youth subculture, cuts across geographical boundaries and even language, that those of us who are slightly older and not so much into anime culture or into social media or the telephone will find it.
Like they actually think that this is an internet culture thing. They're that blind that, I mean, to be fair, I say blind, but likely it just benefits them to continue to pretend that this is, oh, like it's the young kids these days, you know, their Discord and their online communities and their One Piece. Like, that's it? Really? No. Hello there, Zora and chat. Happy birthday to all the boys and girls. Happy birthday to everyone in between as well. Just trust me with your docs in the cloud. Trust me. Signal. Yeah, I mean, like, again, Signal themselves are actually pretty good about this, but you can't hide from that. And beyond that, its encryption is already being used by other like apps. It's just your phone number. That is one of the larger issues with Signal, because your phone number identifies you no matter what. And beyond that, like, the bigger issue is encryption is kind of useless when they scan your devices before you actually send a message, but, you know, there's only so much you can do about that. How else am I going to talk to Pete Hegseth in the Atlantic at the same time? You know, there was another Signal leak just this week. So, like, again, like, these people are gonna pretend that it is the youth protest and not because, I don't know, the fact that people can't afford fucking food and the government wants to spend a bunch of money on nonsense. Now, then we move over to Georgia. Now, Georgia, the country, mind you, not the state in the United States, has been protesting for over 300 days. I've talked about this at length early on in those protests, and they have not stopped. Yeah, it wasn't a leak exactly, wasn't it? Kinda. It was enough that, like, technically they shouldn't be doing that. But the protests in Georgia, guys, have officially, I think, crossed over into revolution territory. The revolution of dignity. Kind of like Ukraine's, because it's against Russia. The moment when you go to the airport and they don't realize Georgia is a country, Jesus Christ. Someone snooping over the shoulder and then releasing it to the public is still a leak, lettuce. Now, I'd like to remind you that Georgia has been pretty crazy for a while now. It's not like it matters, lettuce. I mean, like, they're all incompetent ghouls anyway. This is what defending your country and your democracy looks like, by the way. 300 days non-stop of exactly this. Like, this amount of police brutality, this amount of violence. It has been ongoing. It is a war between the Russian occupiers and the population of Georgia. Those laser pointers are really useful, by the way. Cops seen hurling tear bombs, shooting hordes of people with water cannons. Let's take a little bit of a deeper look. Well, first off, the scale of this mobilization. In about 4 hours, after more than 300 consecutive days of protest and just as many consecutive days of regime brutality, people from all across Georgia are heading en masse to the capital city for a demonstration intended to be a peaceful revolution. Russia can and must be defeated in Georgia. Good luck, brave people. I mean, yeah, good luck to them. I can't play the sound because it's copyrighted music, but, like, I don't even have the ability to say, oh wow, that's a lot of people, because this has just been Tbilisi for the last year, essentially. Like, there's more than usual, but this has been ongoing. They haven't gone home. It's not weekend protests. It's day in, day out. Day in, day out. Damn, that was loud. By the way, the honking, that's what disruption looks like. It's annoying and it grabs attention. It makes you pay the fuck attention. I've got a great idea. Let's do things and not listen to the throngs of people screaming outside. Some moron. And like, you guys know that there's a lot more of you than there is of them, right? And I don't care how much power they have, what troops they send in. They can't deal with millions of people standing up against them day after day after day after day. They just can't do that. It just has to be people who've committed to it, you know? Not only when I have time, not, oh, I have to go to work tomorrow. Like, it's quit your job and fight for your life. Like, that is the only way that happens. And, like, when we look at Georgia, that's what these people have done. Hell, I mean, like, these people still go to work. They go to work during the day, and then at night they come here and protest. They get the shit beat out of them. They get tear gas. They go home, get like 3 hours of sleep, wake up and go to work the next day. Never forget that scene from A Bug's Life. True. Hundreds of special task force officers have entered Tbilisi city, the council building in Liberty Square. Security forces are positioned inside the parliament. Tensions are running high. The pro-Russian regime appears to be in panic mode, as they should fucking be.
ხედავთ რომ საკრებულოს ტერიტორიას ივსება სპეცრაზმელებით რობოკოპები ჩვენს თვალწინ.
They have microwave weapons and robot dogs, so you know there's that. You think that they're gonna kill millions of people that is going to be streamed live on camera to the entire world? Like, they'll try and do it covertly, but if let's say Chicago had a protest in which people from all over the country, millions of them, arrived and occupied the city, are preventing ICE from doing their jobs, which is against the law, not saying anything else about that. Do you think that, like, they would kill them if they felt the need to? Do you think they could get away with that if they did? Because that really would lift the veil. Like, if we get a full Tiananmen Square moment that involves millions of people getting killed on camera, that is not going to be great for them. I'm not saying don't resist, just like a big deal. Oh, no, absolutely. But, like, you already have to be aware that you're risking your life, your safety, and your freedom by going out. Like, any protest right now, even, like, a regular one, if you are going, you are risking your life, your freedom, your family's safety, your friend's safety. Already, just right off the bat. Microwave weapons are far more dangerous against drones and robot dogs, so like, there is that. That's true. That is true. The issue being, the protests that I'm seeing in America are not prepared for that eventuality. Because we are going to see drones getting deployed against U.S. citizens. Hell, what do you think Trump meant when he said, we need to turn these cities into target practice? But we'll get there when we get there. I want to talk a little bit more about the revolution in Georgia, because this is good news. They've been fighting for this for over a year. I mean, not over a year, but almost a year. Meanwhile, like, the Russians have invaded this country and are occupying it through politics. Yeah, of course, but people are more than happy to police when... yes, but people were more than happy to protest when police didn't have WMDs. I think it's less about the police having the WMDs, Lettuce. I think it's more about the fact that people don't have the mentality to protest. I've said this before. If I was one of the capital class, the billionaires in 2009, after the recession, after the banks got bailed out and people were mad, Occupy Wall Street is happening, what would I have done? Well, I would have made your life more expensive. I would have made you have to work harder, earn less money, and spend more to live. I would make it so your rent is higher, that you have to work 2 jobs instead of 3, to make you as stressed out as possible, so that you don't have the time, the mental capacity to think about this, let alone organize and then go out and protest. Yes, I agree. I'm saying it's a big factor. I guess so. I just I don't think it really matters. Even back in the day, protesting meant risk of life, safety, and death. Look at Kent State. That was a massacre. Look at the civil rights movement. It's always been this way. You have to risk your life to protest. The WMDs, sure, they're scary, but they're no scarier than any other weapon they might use to kill you. And, they can't double kill you. So, and they're not gonna drop, a bomb. To be fair, we have bombed ourselves as America before. The government has bombed itself. We had an entire plan to bomb Miami, to start a false flag with Cuba so we can start a war with them. We've done all of that. Umbrellas are surprisingly useful. They're incredible, especially if you cover that top of the umbrella with some fabric. 10 out of 10. I'll make sure you have a roommate, therefore you have someone dependent on you. That way you can't go out and protest with ease. Basically, yeah. They make it harder for you to be able to get into the mentality of it, because you're risking a lot more by doing so. The issue is, by not doing so, you are still risking those same exact things. It's going to get worse otherwise. What we're seeing right now across the country is demonic. But it's only the beginning. The real bad shit doesn't even kick off till 2027, based on their plans. So maybe do this. And again, laser pointers are incredibly useful, especially in a place where you're getting tear gassed at night to, point over there, point to safety, blah, 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 blah. Tech support, anarchist tech support. It's funny that you're actually giving anarchist tech support. It is actually funny. And it's true. It's true. Antifa clipping. Again, who cares? There's a general strike plan for 2028, which might be a little too late. Jesus Christ, why are they planning it for 2028? A little too late. You guys understand that these people have no intention of having to win an election again, right? They've already rigged the midterms to the point where we'll have a pretend one, but you got no chance of winning. They have gerrymandered the fuck out of everything. They are already engaged in voter fraud. You know what? Hold on. Do I have... No, I don't have this one. I guess it's in my Twitter somewhere. I'm not gonna go look for it. Don't care enough. But there's just recently a Republican influencer who made a post about, no, actually it was Jack Posobiec. Hold on. There we go. No, never mind. Whatever, I can't find the video. Sometimes that happens, as annoying as it is. I was talking about Clippy, the tech support Windows mascot. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Because it's slow-moving group being planned by billionaires? Well, yeah, absolutely. What we're seeing right now with Donald Trump and all of that doesn't matter. This is, Donald Trump is their way of transitioning the country to the middle ground, and then they're going to take the lead after. The big unions' contracts are aligned to expire in 28. This is why this way we can get around the laws against solidarity strikes. UAW seems to be leading the way there. I'm glad that is planned. It's still good. The issue being, they might just arrest all of the union leaders for being terrorists before then. I'm gonna tell you what, you guys gotta do this in the next like 3 months or there is nothing you can do. Like, it's over. Genuinely. Because every day that passes by, as we've talked about this before, every single day that passes, the cost grows for remediation, to end whatever is required, whatever is happening, to come back to a state of normalcy. The cost for this goes up every day. The size of the movement that is required goes up every day. Again, like, we're in revolution. This could be you. Just in, organizers of today's Grand Rally will announce a technical government very soon, supported by what they call the National Convention, the mass public legitimacy of the crowd. That's fucking fantastic, actually. Earlier today, organizers also promised the regime surprises. Day 311. Actually, today would be day 313. Just in, barricades are being set up in front of the presidential palace. The water cannons and the special forces are there and ready to advance. The special forces are running down to the palace from the premises of the parliament. Those were the times, like 2 years ago. Yeah, back in the old days. Being someone with medical issues... Being someone with medical issues is super frustrating because I don't have the ability, the means, or the money to do anything about this. That's not true. You can do a lot about this. I also have medical issues. Lots of other people do. If you can't show up at the protest and risk your life, you can make agitprop. You could support the people that are protesting in other ways. You could do what I do, which is report the news. You could be an organizer. You can do a lot. Like, you don't have to be someone who can go out there and fight on the front line. Like, if you can't do that, then find something else you can do. There is a role for everyone. You just have to find it. Literally, like, go out and talk to your neighbors, and that is still helping the revolution. Just getting people to, I don't know, give a shit about their community, to have investment in other human beings on a personal level. Like, I said much about this, I didn't say nothing. Oh, no, of course, I'm not saying, like, you personally, Sylvie, here. I'm just giving the example of, like, someone who has medical issues or someone who is disabled. There is still a lot that can be done. Everyone has a place, and everyone has a role that they can fill. I mostly just talk to damn near anyone that'll listen. For each frontline fighter, there's 10 support roles that need filling. Exactly, anarchist tech support. Exactly. Like, it's like just having stuff like this, just having people following what's happening. Again, like, the right-wing news is going to report whatever the fuck they want. You need someone who will report on what's actually happening on the ground. Someone who can make a TikTok or something to spread that message. You could learn tech and help people to amplify their ability to defend themselves. Mind you, like, Discord just recently got breached, or like a subsidiary of Discord, and a bunch of people's data got out. Like, there is a lot of things happening. This does not have to be you. But I want more people to be doing it. Every time I try to talk to people, they think I'm crazy, or it won't be happening, or they'll have some other excuses. Literally, then find someone else to talk to. But Sylvie, also, instead of trying to convince somebody that something is going to happen, it is a better method to just continuously ask them leading questions that will get them to come to that conclusion themselves. You know, you can't, like, make the horse drink, but you can lead it to the water. Yeah, change your passwords often. Also, like, make sure that every login that you have is a different email and a different password for it. Go buy a physical book to keep them in instead of keeping them online. Don't use like an online password manager or anything like that. You can also show people what is happening and ask if they're okay with it. That's true, yeah. This is where we consider organizer training from the WOPs. Like, again, this doesn't just happen. People need to put this together. Like, sure, sometimes that does have some, sure, people do show up in an area and protest naturally without any organizing, but this is the whole country. Like, I want people from several states to make their way to the two cities that are being invaded. I want Seattle residents, LA, San Francisco residents to make their way to Portland. I want, like everybody to show up, because that's the only way this works. We have the numbers. But of course, it's difficult in America. Americans don't think about this the same way, because the political messaging from the right has seeped into our... Again, they keep talking about Black Lives Matter. They're still talking about, like, how the whole country burned down during BLM. That did not happen. But you'll never convince them otherwise.
And now to the Caucasus, where Georgian police have clashed with anti-government protesters who tried to storm the presidential palace in the capital. The unrest in Tbilisi followed a municipal election boycotted by the main opposition blocs amid a sweeping crackdown on dissent. Activists say it's the last chance to save democracy in the former Soviet Republic.
Using water cannons and tear gas, Georgian police drive back demonstrators who tried to storm the presidential palace. Thousands of protesters waved Georgian and European Union flags as they streamed into Tbilisi's Freedom Square. Opposition parties had called for large protests against the ruling Georgian Dream Party.
No, you're absolutely right, Captain Buggy. We have a study with like 10,000 protests, and it found 96% plus were peaceful, even if you consider property damage. But they'll never believe that data. They don't care. Because it's not the property, it's the fact that there are people out there complaining that they don't like. It's just the fact that they don't like what other people think. It's every accusation is a confession from the right. Especially for where I live, it seems difficult not saying I won't do anything. But, like, you're doing something now, Sylvie. Like, you're doing something right now. Government has too much power influence on our lives. Our apathy wouldn't allow a potential third party. A potential third party wouldn't have fixed this, Marzak. It wouldn't have fixed it. We need to fundamentally restructure the entire government. You do realize the Constitution was actually written for a white ethno-state. Like, we need to change a lot. I don't want to go back to the country that we had. Going back to the country that we had would be bad. Like, if there hypothetically was a real election in 28 and a Democrat won, that would not be a good thing. Like, if Kamala Harris comes back in 28 and somehow win, that would be bad, because they would continue through like the entire process doing all of this stuff, because it's still the billionaires in power. The government doesn't have power. The billionaires own the government. If one person hears the same perspective from 3 places independently, odds are good that they're going to be interested now. Well, statistically, anarchist tech support, I don't know about that, because people tend to believe the first narrative that they encounter. Preempting the narrative is important. That's one of the ways that the right is so successful in this. They just say shit before anything is confirmed, and then people will believe the very first thing that they see. Even in studies after like a correction has been posted, they still tend to believe the exact same thing they saw first. Over 300 people were arrested during the BLM protests. They are in prison or jail and haven't gotten out, yet all the J6 insurrectionists were pardoned. It's okay, most of those J6 insurrectionists are back in jail or dead because they kept fighting cops and being pedophiles. Like, another 2 were arrested this week. Got any third humans in the chat? Constitution calls for third humans. I don't know what third... Oh, 1/3, yeah.
Which demonstrators say wants to destroy Georgia's democracy and drag the Caucasus nation into Russia's orbit. The protesters support membership of the European Union, a cherished goal for many that has been enshrined in the country's constitution.
We do not want to live in Russia. We want Europe.
I need you to understand, like, what we just watched all across Georgia, and then this is the Americans. This is what ICE is dealing with in Chicago. Groups of people, mostly foreigners, sure, you know, just brown people, following their every movement, running red lights and honking their horns to warn illegals about their whereabouts and trying to box in their vehicles. It's insurrectionist activity, plain and simple. Meanwhile,
large protests against the ruling Georgian dream had scored landslide wins.
Like, you understand that if they're calling you an insurrectionist now for honking your horn and running a red light while following an ICE vehicle, it doesn't matter because they're gonna do the same thing anyway. They're acting like you are doing Jan 6, but worse right now. They are manufacturing a Reichstag fire. Fundamental change can happen on a local level if you don't have a voting bloc. How can you get a unified revolutionary bloc? Oh no, I agree. I think that like it has to be bottom up. I advocate for you guys running for office. I just don't think that voting matters in the United States anymore because they have forced it. You're not going to get another proper election. They've already gerrymandered all of these states, even more so than they already were, and they have infiltrated all of the election boards. They let out Tina Peters, the lady that got put in prison for trying to fuck with the voting machines in 2020. They are fully hands in the pie. Like, you're not in a state where they're planning to have to win an election again. And it's only been escalating. It's only the beginning. My dad wouldn't believe when I told him what Elon Musk was doing with the Hyperloop, Vegas Loop, no LiDAR taxis. I don't even pay attention to what the fuck he's doing, but you guys understand that every, like, Tesla vehicle is also doxing you. Like, it's like those Meta Ray-Ban glasses that I showed, where those cameras are constantly identifying everything. All that data gets sent back to their servers. Like, really hard to convince people. Don't convince them. You shouldn't try and convince people of an idea. It doesn't work. You have to lead them to having that idea. You ask why until they get there themselves. Like, why is this? Like, why are the farmers right now complaining about soybeans? What happened there? They explain that. Like, and you have to act like you're stupid too. Sorry, you hit your brakes a little too hard, so I'm going to revoke your license to use vehicles. I mean, yeah. You have to act dumb when you're talking to these people. You have to act like they need to explain it to you because you don't understand. So like, oh, what's up with the soybeans? Oh, well, you know, China's trying to screw us over and not pay us enough money. And you're like, oh, well, like, then why did they just go and buy, like, all of the soybeans from Argentina, the, like, major competitor? And, like, they're going to be like, well, yeah, because they're trying to screw us. And then you ask, well, if they were trying to screw us to get more money, then why would they just cut us off entirely? Because now it looks like they've screwed us and they get no money from us. And then you would be like, oh, well, they just want to screw us. And then be like, okay, why did they do this in the first place? Oh, well, you know, they got mad about the tariffs and they wanted you to pay more. It was unfair anyway. Like, again, you just keep asking why until you break it down. It's forcing critical thinking. You're brute forcing critical thinking into their brain when you do this. Human brains work kind of like computers, and you can hack them. This is what the right did for a decade. So, you know, it's kind of what we need to do now. Give me a second. I gotta pee, and then when we come back, we're going to officially switch over to America. Argentina sold soybeans to undercut the USA and got billions from the USA. Well, didn't we give them the money first? But, like, yeah. We, like, there's no other answer than yes, that is exactly what happened. We gave them $20 billion. So, you know. Fun fact, the reasoning center of your brain is also a social center. It's meant for collaborative effort. Fun fact, authoritarian brains, when scanned in an MRI, have lower capability proven by their actual physical brain in empathy, in cognitive ability, in critical thinking, in kindness, in motor function, as well as reasoning. So, you know, The world is run by subversive groups that operate from behind the scenes. We are cattle? Of course, but we know who those people are. Like, Larry Ellison and Peter Thiel are the ones who are primarily destroying the world right now. And, like, there's 50,000 at most billionaires and their friends and family that are causing essentially every problem in the world simultaneously. It's like 50,000 of them, tops, really. There's about 3,000 billionaires. The rest are their, like, families, friends, executives, 100 mils, all of them. Like, that's what we're doing. Here, while I pee, I'm going to leave you with something wholesome to look at. And I'll be back in 2 secs. Okay, I am back. What a strange thing to be pleased by. Cats are just fucking weird. And I love them. God, I miss Frank. That made me sad. America, if the world is run by them, how are they subversive? Wouldn't they be subverting their power? Well, to be fair, they're subverting government power, so massage is not strange. You know what is strange, anarchist tech support? You know what's fucking crazy? Why are we celebrating animal abuse? Why the fuck do you think this is animal abuse? This cat definitely enjoys this. It is not remotely animal abuse. The cat didn't like this. The cat would make it very obvious. But, you know. Subversive because the real rulers aren't on TV. No, they are. Like, it's not, there's no Bilderberg meetings. It's Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison and Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Sam Altman and Andreessen and fuck, what was his name? The Google one. It's just the tech billionaires. That is the entire deep state. I always thought cats like back rubs. They do. They're tenderizing the cat. They're massaging the cat. How do I explain the Larry Ellison, Peter Thiel stuff? Because you just show them videos of them talking. Here. God, I have so much shit on Larry. But it is in this folder. Larry Ellison. Let's see. Got the... Oh, that's because I didn't type his name into it. God damn it. Surveillance state. Where are you? Oh my god, I'll just find it on fucking Twitter. Probably one of the clips. I showed this on stream last week. I just don't know where the fucking file is now. But really, several videos of him talking. First off,
well,
he now owns TikTok. His son owns Paramount. Like, Oracle is in everything. These are the people that built China's fucking surveillance system. So there's all of that. Zora, I disagree with you on that, being the entire deep state by a long shot, but I get what you meant. Well, like, they're not the entire deep state, but they are the ones currently causing most of the issues. And to be fair, like, Larry is one of the, like, real deep states. Peter is not, but this fucker is in it to win it throughout, like, the entire world. You show them internet comments, etiquette video on Peter Thiel. You show them literally just Peter Thiel talking. The man's doing 4 5-hour speeches about the Antichrist. And by the way, he called Greta Thunberg the Antichrist.
the renewal of the Jewish state is something that I think touches all of us. For 2,000 years, we were a stateless people. And now we have a country of our own.
So, like, there's all of that, but there's one specific clip that I'm looking for that always gets taken down. Here we go.
Your body. The renewal of the Jewish state. Your body cams will be transmitting that. The police will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording, watching and recording everything that's going on. Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on.
When you come to government and what government's doing, there are artificial intelligence tools, and some of them I know that Oracle have developed around financial management for government. But also, tell us a bit about what, because you're right at the forefront of this revolution, what it means for what government should do in terms of its digital infrastructure, digital ID, data centers, and so on.
How do you take advantage?
Remember, this is the guy who built China's social credit system. You know that's coming to America, right? Coming soon to you. X, the Everything app, where you get social credit points. And if you make a post online that criticizes someone, oh, sorry, you can't get into your house because the automatic doors won't open for you. Oh, sorry, you wanted to catch an Uber? Uber denies you because you don't have enough social credit. You gotta go and be pro-regime a bit more. Do you think showing them these things will be effective when they tell me that they're being used by China and Russia? You say, yeah, it's the same guy who made it. Do you want that at home? Because it's coming home. We already have social credit. It's called a credit score. It's already dystopian as fuck. Oh, I know. I'm well aware, Captain Buggy, but it's worse. What they want to do. Like, they'll be like, oh, this is already a thing in Russia and China. And then you say, do you want to be Russia and China? Because this guy now owns, like, half of the American media. Can't get a job, a house, a car because your credit's bad. It's intended to punish poverty. Absolutely. Like, credit scores are 100% a tool to keep you exploitable, to punish poverty. But it's not even about that anymore. Like, that's still going to be included, but we're going into the full cyberpunk thing. You want to get money out of the ATM? Sorry. Denied, because you aren't pro-regime enough, or you're not doing something, whatever the fuck they come up with. These people are insane. Look at China and then ask them, do you want this at home? Because the same guy who built this owns like a third of American media, some like almost half because they're still going to buy more, and is very deeply intertwined with Israel, where all of this stuff gets tested on Palestinians before it gets deployed other places anyway. This is within the next 4 years. This is what I mean by we're only at the beginning. This is the other part.
Advantage of these incredible AI models. And the first thing a country needs to do is to unify all of their data so it can be consumed and used by the AI model.
Everything that you do online goes to him. He is part of the Stargate project with OpenAI. It is their city-sized data center. I think it's the size of like Manhattan that they want to build. That's going to store all of your data, so all of it could be easily accessible all at the same time. By the way, you do realize that they're also scraping encrypted data. Like, everything you have encrypted, they still steal. They don't try and crack it, but they know eventually they'll be able to, so they just take it now. And they'll be like, oh, we'll unencrypt it later when we have the capability. Like, that is what they're building. Mind you, this is what AI is creating now. This is fucking terrifying. This is an AI video of the Ukraine war. That is AI. No one's giving up the convenience of technology. No one wants to farm. We gave them the power. You don't have to give up the convenience of technology, but convenience is their tool. Convenience is the weapon the billionaires use to enslave you, to farm you, to molest you, to produce the data that they want. Convenience is their weapon. It's their main tool. But you don't have to, like, go farming. Like, that's not what this is about. Like, you could have had social media. You could have had an internet that wasn't poisoned. It's the profit motive. Just like how AI is awful and fucking terrifying for the world because of the profit motive. You could have LLMs that are ethical, but we don't do that because those don't make money. I think there's a misunderstanding. I'm not being told the system is already there, used by those countries. I'm being told that the people, Larry and Peter, are being used by those countries. Then you tell them, oh my God. Yes, the guy who's making billions and billions of dollars is the world's second richest man, actually surpassed Elon Musk for a hot minute and then had to go back down, is being used by China and Russia. For what? For what? To attack America? I thought we were allies with Russia now. I thought we were friendly with Putin. If not, okay, they're trying to do this. Then why was Larry Ellison trying to do this in 2000? How about why after 9/11 did Larry Ellison go and offer the US government exactly this? And they were like, nah, I'll pass. So then he went and did it in China instead. Like, you just have to look into like, you can go open the man's fucking Wikipedia page. He has a biography somewhere. And as a result of us allowing them to stay in the shadows, where they're not in the shadows. Like, they're out in the open. We just don't talk about them because it requires thinking. It's hard. You know, it's not a quick talking point that you could just throw out like, here, this is what you should believe. No, you have to look into it. It's critical thinking mandatory. If we're trying to make regular normies friends give a shit, we got to show them something that keeps them engaged. Full interview videos are for people that are already asking the appropriate questions. Hence why I never like sit through like a full interview video or never really like to listen to the talking heads, because that shit is not for the audience that I intend this to see. All I see is a bunch of people with their heads buried in social media. Oh yeah, no, Marzak, social media is a fucking poison. I wish more than anything that every single smartphone and tablet could be loaded into a fucking cannon and fired into the sun. But you have to start that change. Like, you have to start getting your friends offline. I also advocate for, if you want to scroll on social media, do it on a computer and not on your phone. You'll get less distracted, you'll have more functionality, you'll have a better time, you won't get sucked into it as long, like, and you won't get constantly tracked because this is just a giant spying device. But, you know, I guess my problem is that I just need to become more knowledgeable on the individuals. You don't have to become more knowledgeable on the individuals. You just have to, like, you just have to pick something, like a specific thing, and then focus on that. And you don't have to explain it to them. In fact, you shouldn't. You can't logic somebody out of a position that they didn't logic themselves into. You have to lead them and brute force that critical thinking. We should probably strip the gold from the first and give all the stuff to NASA for space stuff. Bill Nye was just on TV talking about how they are destroying NASA, so that's fun. But, like, let's get back to the AI shit for a second, because this is fucking terrifying. This is AI. It's not real, but it's very hard to tell. The only way you can tell, really, is that one singular frame right there, where the Sora 2 icon is. That is the only way you can tell. In that one frame. Also, like, the uniform's wrong and all of that, but, like, yeah. This is terrifying. This is also fucking terrifying. Think about this for a second. Also,
Are we real?
if you get easily scared, just take a deep breath.
Do I exist? Does anybody know? Does anyone have an answer, or has this all just been Sora 2? I'm going to ask the questions that matter. Are we AI? Because I don't know. I can't tell the difference, and I'm losing my mind. Dude, I just watched a video of Jake Paul applying makeup like a makeup artist. Brother, we're not just cooked. We're marinated, sauteed, deep fried, and put in a fat guy's...
I understand that you guys can tell, I could also tell, but normies could never tell. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Tupperware for a meal prep he's not going to stick to. Chubsy McGee is shoving us in a freezer and forgetting us for life. We're toast. It was fun and games when The Rock was eating spaghetti. That was cute, right? It looked like shit. We could tell the difference. That's where you put your foot on the brake, Buster. You don't got to make it better. Now I'm watching videos of X2C verbally abusing senior citizens in a retirement home, and I don't know what's real.
That tracks.
Fake. Oh. Facebook moms are gonna lose it. I'm losing it. Once people figure out how to get rid of that watermark...
The president regularly posts AI shit.
Mi amigo. We're butternut squash. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, because people are gonna make some wild shit. It doesn't matter what you do. You can't spot it anymore. You can focus as hard as you want on a video. From beginning to end, trying to find the AI, the artifacts, you can't. For all you know, this video could be AI.
Wait, so is this guy a client? Yeah, what do you think, Captain Buggy? Like, this is what I mean. It is increasingly difficult to tell, and it's getting better all the time. That's why you want to show them someone funny who's already covered Peter Thiel and Larry Ellison rather than just showing them these guys talking. Oh, absolutely. Like, you do a mix. But again, like, the idea is to bring them to, like, the conclusion themselves, not forcing that conclusion onto them, because they won't listen to it. They just will not listen to it if you make them feel like they're being attacked. Everyone's fucking 12 years old now. Hold on, where is that fucking post? This is the state of the United States. Oh. My goodness. I really should stop doing that. Everyone is... I need to change my sources so bad. Oh, here's another fucking slop news one. What the hell, Obsidian? Sorry, hold on. Because I actually do want to show you this one. Wait, I posted this on Twitter. I'll just look on my page. Here we go. Should be right around here. By the way, follow me on Twitter. Oh my God. Working on a new unified theory of American reality. I'm calling it Everyone is 12 now. Quote, I'm strong and I want to have like 50 kids and a farm. Of course you do. You're 12. I don't want to eat vegetables. I think steak and french fries is the only meal. Hell yeah, homie, you're 12. Maybe if there's crime, we should send the army. Like, it's just child mentality. And I've said this before, by the way. This is a problem on both sides because the right-wingers are all fucking 12-year-olds that have neglectful parents. And on the center and on the left-ish side, people are 12 years old waiting for an adult to come in the room and clean up the mess. And that's not working out great for us. She was talking about Rocco's Ballistic Skynet, like what the fuck? Oh, Taylor Lorenz video. Yeah, I haven't seen that. She makes videos that are too long for me to watch because I don't have much time. But I did watch her on this space chatting with the letter hack, and that was like good. I enjoyed that conversation. By the way, like, we're not doing well. Just trying to figure out exactly which one I want to jump to. I mean, there's this, which is why Oracle should terrify you. You know what? I'll give you as an option. Do you guys want to talk about Chicago and Portland? Or do you want to stay on Larry Ellison and Oracle and the tech surveillance and how fucking terrifying it is? I mean, we can do both, but I will give you the choice of which we would like to see first. 12-year-old will touch a stove and won't do it again, for an example. I've said this before, Americans need to suffer so that they can learn to not touch the stove. Like, why don't we train AI to detect AI? Yeah, we do. Like, we do often. Larry, to be honest? What do you guys think? 1 for Larry and 2 for talking about the American invasion by America. Do both. Ones and twos. 2? We got 1, 1, 1, 2. One more vote breaks this, I don't care. AI detecting AI is how you end up with students falsely being accused of AI. Well, again, the issue with AI primarily right now is the profit motive. Makes it unusable. 2? Alright. I said the next vote gets it, so we're going to talk about America first. But, you know what? We'll ease into it. Tell me how Real America's Voice, right? We'll mix it up, Oxpecker. Real America's Voice. This is a news channel. Well, news channel. Tell me how they get every single part of this story wrong. All of it.
So this is a great shot.
Next, we will witness the two F-35C Lightning II air.
Those are not F-35s. Those are F-18s.
Perform basic fighter maneuvers, commonly referred to as dogfighting.
That is not what dogfighting is. They are refueling.
This is a tactic that has roots tracing back to the daring pilots of World War I. Each pilot will push their bodies and their aircraft to the extreme limits in order to achieve victory. Approaching from the bow and the stern, the fighters close in on each other at speeds exceeding 1,000 knots, beginning at the...
They are not exceeding speeds at 1,000 knots. They are not dogfighting, and those are not F-35s. This is what we've come to. This is the fucking news now. This is mainstream news. Like, the state enjoys it. That's the slop that we're putting out. By the way, remember that Andrew Tate fan that killed those 2 girls in New Jersey? You know, the ones that got hit by a car? He called that dogfighting? Yeah, he called them practicing refueling dogfighting. But, you remember this guy? The guy who killed these 2 girls? Turns out this fucking idiot reported his own crime on social media. Whoa. I closed it. That's not what I meant to do. I love slop. I trust it to nourish me fully to be a delicious kappa. Hopefully that works.
He then lets out that demonic laugh. He tells viewers it's all because allegedly Maria had made fun of Charlie Kirk.
Whenever Maria sees the pizza guy come, better think of Charlie Kirk for making fun of his death. Stupid.
Like, these people want to kill you, by the way. Fuck you and fuck Charlie too, dipshit. Like, posting your crime online. He posted this and then went and killed somebody.
Clown.
The next day, Badalora went online to express his condolences.
In a neighboring town, unfortunately, 2 girls were killed in a hit-and-run crash. I wish my sincerest condolences.
On Wednesday, after police...
He looks so bloodthirsty? Yeah, because he's an animal. These people aren't human. These were human once upon a time. But the MAGA mind virus has turned these people into animals.
discovered his connections to Maria Niotis, he was arrested and charged with first-degree murder.
Honestly, I'm fucking surprised they even charged him. White Christian nationalism has cooked this fucking nation. Now, remember, this is what the right wing says. This is what they like to talk about. Meanwhile, like, they call us Antifa, they call us terrorists, that we are destroying the country. Well, every accusation is a confession. Liberal South Carolina Judge Diane Goodstein's home is burning to the ground after an explosion. SLED is investigating as arson and refers attack as Judge Goodstein had been receiving multiple threats. Her husband, a former state senator, is in the hospital. Whitmer was almost kidnapped by armed thugs. Shapiro's house was set on fire. Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked by someone looking for her. Melissa Hortman was assassinated in her home. Like, it's always these people. All of them. The Edisto Beach home of a South Carolina judge exploded into flames. She was walking on the beach. Her husband, ex-Senator Arnold Goodstein, and relatives were inside. They escaped by jumping out of the windows, some with broken legs. Stephen Miller recently branded liberal judges as part of the left-wing terror network. Who do you think is inciting violence here? What's up, Aussie Welder? Good to see you. Days before the fire, right-wing influencers spread viral claims against the Goodsteins, including a $61 million bankruptcy error. They are inciting violence. These are terrorists. These are, like, MAGA is functionally no different than ISIS. They're just ISIS. I don't even want to call them Nazis anymore. They're just fucking ISIS. Meanwhile, Dem governors won't rise to the occasion and recognize we're in a civil war. Well, you know what I will say? The mayor of Chicago actually finally said the fucking words, because the National Guard troops that got deployed to Chicago today are from Texas. This is the South invading the North. Y'all Qaeda, that too. By the way, it's spelled Y'all Qaeda. It's weird spelling because you expect a U after the Q, but no, it's not.
I've also said for the last couple of years that the extreme right in this country refused to accept the results of the Civil War. They have repeatedly called for a rematch. But in the coming weeks, we will use this opportunity to build greater resistance. Chicagoans are clear. Militarizing our troops in our city as justification to further escalate a war in Chicago will not be tolerated.
I'm used to Paul's poisoning every word. Yeah, I don't like to do that. Like, genuinely, like, it's fine that you do. I don't have any problem with it. I don't try to do that at all. Now, give me a second, because we have a lot about this. Oh, just so you know, like, in case you thought for a second that this was eventually going to go away, here's Stephen Miller when he's asked about whether or not he expects military on the streets in the 3.5 years later. Like, when it's 2028, will there still be military on the street? Just look at his answer.
From now, 3 months from now, when we're having this conversation in December, what do you see the end game being? Because you clearly don't have trust in some certain local and state law enforcement entities. And so where do you see the National Guard, where do you see the military going? You suggested that if the courts rule against you, you will find other ways to use the military. That would lead me to believe that there's a conversation about the Insurrection Act that is taking place. What should Americans expect over the next 3.5 years, understanding that there is a real likelihood that those same local law enforcement and state officials will never, ever cooperate with your efforts? Should people expect the National Guard and the military in their streets over the next 3.5 years?
Well, I think so to be clear, we talk about the National Guard in their streets. So right now in Portland, we're talking about having National Guard deployed to secure a federal building in Portland. And so there's a lot of elements to your question.
He's not going to answer the question.
But, when I hear comments from Democrat officials saying that this violence from the left is being provoked, their word.
Stay with that. Where are you? Stay with that. Incitement of violence, that they're claiming that the claims from us that the right is inciting violence is a lie, well, have a look at this. They did this during BLM as well. Here are right-wingers dressed up in a black bloc pretending to be Antifa, trying to bait peaceful protesters into clashing with ICE agents. One of them, Joey Gibson, just got caught red-handed. During BLM, they would have the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, dress like this, go out, commit a crime, burn something, and then blame Antifa. This has been their strategy. It's also been Hitler's strategy way back in the day.
I was minding my own fucking business. I was minding my own fucking business, and then you...
And I don't know who she is, but she was recording people's faces.
Man, who are you, man? Yeah, you just called out by one. Who are you by chance?
They are legitimately trying to do a false flag. Mind you, like, again, he doesn't answer whether or not, like, a military is expected to be on the streets in 3 years. Here is 17-year-old Stephen Miller advocating for the torture of Iraqis.
To the issue of the Iraqi civilians, I think that as many of them should survive as possible, because the goal of any military conflict is to kill as few people as possible. But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them.
This is a demon. This is a monster. An animal, not a human being.
Entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go.
We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go. These are psychopaths.
Because tortured people can live. Torture is a celebration of life and human dignity.
Look at him laughing, like he can't even say that with a straight face. Torture is a celebration of life and dignity. Why don't you do it then, huh? Like, if it's a celebration, why are you not engaging in this personally? Like, go get waterboarded. I feel like Vance will do it for you. Man has no soul anyway.
We need to remember that as we enter these very dark and dangerous times in the next century. And I only hope that many of my peers and people who will be leading this country will appreciate the value and...
Oh, no. This was never jokes. This is 2007. Do you guys remember 2007? Like, the Islamophobia was off the charts. People, like, meant this shit. We were having songs about bombing Iraq with nuclear weapons that were popular, played on the radio.
Respect the torture shows towards other cultures.
And we killed over 500,000 Iraqis.
I was talking to my doctor the other day, and I said to him, well, you know, I'm 17, I'm pretty sexy. Everything's going the way I want.
Oh, just a reminder that Miller is a cuck. Like, allegedly, massive cuck, according to his wife. These are demons. These are all monsters. Here's another one. I know this isn't popular, but after seeing how the vast majority of the demons, I love that they call us demons, again, every accusation is a confession, celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk were women, I realized that repealing the 19th Amendment cannot be a suggestion, but is necessary to save civilization. Women untethered from good masculine authority become the worst hags and psychopaths, with their emotions and neuroticism weaponized for the destructive purposes because it is not in accordance with their God-given design to be birthers of life and their husband's helpmate. Then giving these miserable people political power has been a tragic mistake. Reminder that only 4% of women during the time of suffrage wanted the right to vote. These are monsters. All of them. Like, if tomorrow somehow snapped our fingers and we got into power, these people need to be put in a camp. I'm not fucking around. Like, I will release everyone from the prisons. These people go to camps. If Kirk's death was that convincing of this, no, it wasn't. We were hearing people talking about the 19th, like during election day. This is, again, just opportunizing what has happened. They're all exactly the same. By the way, one more before we get to, like, the real news and not just making fun of these dipshits. Civilization set aloud in modern political context is an admission of wanting some Nazi shit. Well, I mean, yeah. They want some Nazi shit. Here's Matt Walsh. Inciting an insurrection. We have long reached the point where Trump needs to openly defy these judges. Some random federal judge has no authority to decide how and if the troops are deployed. She is not the commander-in-chief. Ignore her and deploy them. It's time for a showdown with these activist judges. This is Nazi shit. This is, I want to overthrow the country. We should use the military to ignore the rule of law and attack civilians. That is what he's saying here. Matt Walsh is a Nazi. He wants to genocide several groups of people. This is what we need, you know? I'm starting to wish every day that maybe the Christians are right and Jesus will come back, because this is what would happen. Although Jesus would be a bit more brown. But, you know, that's what would happen. These people would fucking crucify the Lord. I'm not fucking around. Now, here... Where is the video of Benny? Is this a video? Oh, well, here you go. That's fine. You don't need to see the whole video. Benny Johnson posted an AI video of himself depicting himself as a costumed ice Batman, punching, like, immigrants, Asian women and shit in the face, which is an interesting thing for him to do. Now, I would like to remind you that Stephen Miller is gay as fuck. I made out with Benny Johnson. Actually, Stephen Miller is also probably gay as fuck, but Benny Johnson is flaming homosexual. Saeed Jones, I made out with Benny Johnson in an empty dressing room at BuzzFeed holiday party in 2013. It haunts me to this day. Anyway, I think it's funny that he's done literally everything but come out of the closet. Men will literally become traitors to their country rather than go to therapy. Betty, who performed at the holiday party, BF hosted at Webster Hall in 2013. Everyone got sloshed because of the open bar. Benny and I went to the dressing room, started kissing, would have gone further, but he said something cringe enough to snap me back to my senses. I rolled my eyes and left. Anyway, I'm definitely not the only guy that Benny Johnson has made out with. I've heard him and his wife are swingers. He is a cuck. That is what she meant by sexual matador. Or she might have meant sexual predator, but, you know, one or the other. But, fucking, these people are sexual degenerates in the derogatory fashion. I'm a degenerate, but not in the derogatory fashion. And the only real difference between that is that I'm not evil. That's it. That's all you gotta do, is just not be an evil piece of shit. As somebody who's in 7th grade and my 1st grade, 8th grade, did quite a lot of pathological lying out of boredom. Catching a liar in a lie can be dangerous, but catch them doing a false flag, boy howdy, true. While they're armed as well. By the way, like, this is... Why the fuck is every right-winger in America Russian? Why? Now, this guy was part of the Española private military group that, like, was fighting for Russia. They just disbanded. This is a Nazi, by the way. First off, you could see the Russian Nazi Z. We got the Confederate flag with... I don't know what the fuck that's... I can't read Russian. We got a Stalin thing on there. We got some Nazi imagery with Soviet iconography put on top. Like, this is the average person. It is an incoherent mishmash of different political ideologies. You're threatening their ego, their credibility, their freedom, their status for survival. I want to put them in a camp, Oxpecker. Remember, Matador is the one that lets in the bull? No, we've talked about this before. The Matador goes last. Here, let me get you a good explanation from this by somebody who is actually Spanish, and she did a fantastic job with it. When she called him a sexual matador, that implies that she was getting railed by like 50 other people before he ever got in, because you gotta wear down that bull. You know, the bull is it's a bit rowdy. It's difficult to deal with. Where are you? There we go.
Baby, what you mean, Matador?
Hi, Andrew. One of my favorite
mutuals. I think I can actually answer this one. My qualifications are, of course, that I am, in fact, española. I am Spanish. Ole. So, fun fact or not about matadors. If we are talking about a Spanish corrida or a Spanish bullfight, which is typically the bullfight people think of when they say that, and you practice a barbaric
I'm going to skip
practice.
this a little forward because it's very long.
For the matador. Oh, and don't forget that out the bull. See, this is what makes the bull a little bit more manageable for the matador. Oh, and don't forget that this whole time there's also a judge watching to make sure that the bull has been entered enough times by a lance for it to count.
Several dudes have to stab the bull.
In the second portion, a whole new group of men plant their flags on the bull's back, further wearing out the bull. And then finally, in the third portion, this is the one that everyone thinks of when they think of a bullfight. This is when the matador finally gets his time to shine. Once the bull has been run through by all the other fighters. Now that the bull is weak and tired, this is when the matador can finally handle it. And this portion doesn't last any longer than 10 minutes, during which most of the time the matador will actually be using a fake sword. But yes, finally, at the end, the matador will get to use a real sword that he pulls out at the very last minute for one blow. And then immediately after that, another torero will come out and make sure that the blow worked and the job was done correctly. So that's probably what she meant.
It was either that or she mispronounced predator. So, you know, one or the other. Things are bad, guys. Like, again, the mayor of Chicago called this a, challenge. They want a rematch of the Civil War. We have a right-winger who went and set a judge's house on fire. A Charlie Kirk fan, and was the other person, Andrew Tate fan as well, ran over and killed 2 girls. A Trump supporter set a Mormon church on fire and then went on a shooting spree. Like, every day we have terrorism coming from the right. And then you go and look at, what the fuck they're talking about, and you get this.
Mostly recruiting, working with youth, getting, and just going out, spitting out the message. And the thing is, too, a lot of people get into it because they want to.
On the outside, 36 years have been behind bars. Considered extremely violent enough to be recruited by the Mexican Mafia prison gang.
There's...
He's claiming that this is a Antifa, right? Former Antifa, former gang member, same guy. About, he's also Hamas. So this same guy is Hamas, Tren de Aragua, and Antifa. They can't even get a new guy. Jesus Christ, what is going on? They've given up. They really have. They've just given up. Honestly, here's another example. Is he a Satanist too? Well, you know what? Anarchist tech support, they call us Satanists, right? And we go by every accusation as a confession, as a rule. And then we look at people like Peter Thiel. We look at the Dark Enlightenment theory, which was written by Stephen Land and what was his name? I'm losing it. What was his name? Curtis Yarvin, and Nick Land. And Nick Land is 09A. Dude likes Order of Nine Angles, which is literally Satanist. As Tucker Carlson called it, anarcho-tyranny. Tucker Carlson is insane and a Nazi. So, Meanwhile, again, we're talking about how they're calling us terrorists, how we're inciting violence. This is what they're doing.
Hey, what's going on, America? I know you guys just saw my video with Nick Sortor getting assaulted trying to walk down the street by Antifa. So, here's what we're going to do. Because the Portland police, I don't think it matters if you want to walk down the street. Antifa's allowed to own this side of the street over here. These are alleged medic tents. So this is what we're going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow, this side of the street is going to belong to us. Because apparently, you can just claim sidewalks in Portland as your own and prevent anybody from moving down them. So my curiosity is simply whether or not...
Again, like, disruption is part of a protest. You need that disruption. If you're not disrupting, then you're not properly protesting anything. Don't forget, ISIS killed people in Chicago already.
Not, we are going to be held to the same standard as Antifa, because I know for a fact the people that live in this building, because I've talked to them all day long, they are actually upset of all the tear gas, all the rioting, everything else is...
The tear gas and what the protesters are putting out?
Going on inside that building. So, I'm checking...
Again, like, understand what happened here. DHS law enforcement made over 900 arrests. They didn't. They made like 30. They raided this building and dragged naked children out of their homes, put zip ties on the naked children, and put them in a U-Haul van. U.S. citizens had their doors smashed in, were forced into handcuffs, and held outside for hours. Their homes were trashed. Hundreds of agents. They flew down in a fucking helicopter. Kids were separated from their mothers. It's gotten to the point where reporting on this is so difficult that this is what we've come to. Honestly, I can see that in like a year, this might be the only fucking way to talk about the news without getting censored, is triggering the keywords for the algorithm for
vinyl of her new album, Life of a Showgirl. Imagine an ice-cold Diet Coke and salty fries, only at McDonald's. Drive to Target.
Actually, this is quite a smart method.
What's on your kids' list this holiday season? Don't raid your closet. Raid TJ Maxx for your fall fit check. Drive to Target. Get it now. Get it now. Get it now. Don't raid your closet. Ice-cold Diet Coke. Ice, ice, ice. Drop into Home Goods. Home Goods. Home Goods. Good Home. Good Home. Good Home. Ice dropped into Good Homes. Get it now. Imagine, imagine, imagine. Your kids. Drive to Target. Don't raid, raid, raid. Imagine. Your kids. Ice dropping into raid your good home. Your good kids. Ice dropping into raid your good home. Good home. Good kids. Good kids. Drive to Target. And look, there's no way to sneaky hide the keyword zip ties. It's absurd.
It's not being reported.
So I'm just gonna tell you. Imagine it's your life. Imagine it's your kids. Zip tied.
It will be.
Imagine it's your kids. You can't. Save, save, save. Get it now? Drive to Target. You're the target.
We're gonna have to resort to this eventually, because that would work. You trigger all of the good keywords, the words that you were going to use. Like, you notice what she said. Ice when it came to like McDonald's drink ads, homes, home goods, raid, raiding for shopping. You trigger all of the words that you're going to use to explain what's happening. First, in a manner that like the algorithm would be like, oh, that's fine, and then move on from, and then you have to explain. Like, that's insane that we've come to that. But that's TikTok now, and that's gonna be everywhere else. I'm still banned from Twitch until like the 14th. My YouTube is definitely getting censored. Like, my videos are not getting the reach that they should be. And it's because I don't do that stuff. I don't hide the keywords. I just tell it you like I see it. What's happening? This is happening. ICE grappled from Black Hawk helicopters to detain U.S. citizens, grabbed everyone in an apartment complex, zip-tied children together. They had black people in one van, immigrants in another van, separating people. I don't know what the fuck they're doing with that. One agent literally laughed. He said, fuck them kids, which, by the way, is the same thing one of the school shooters that killed the kids in the church said, by the way. Literally, honestly, that ICE agent, who said fuck them kids is probably also order of 9 angles, just like the school shooter that went and killed the church shooter that went and killed those kids was order of 9 angles and also said fuck them kids. Trucks and military style vans were used to separate children from their parents, destroying neighborhood property. Like they trashed people's apartments for no reason. You are in a war. This is an invasion.
She says they took everyone and then asked questions later.
They just treated us like we were nothing.
Patricia Fisher says she came out to the hallway of her apartment complex on the corner of 75th and South Shore Drive in her nightgown around 10 Monday night, only to find ICE agents yelling police.
It was scary because I've never had a gun put in my face. They asked my name and my date of birth and asked me did I have any warrants, and I told them no, I didn't.
She says she was then handcuffed and released around 3 a.m. Fisher says she was told if anyone had any kind of warrant out for them, even if it was unrelated to immigration, they would not be released. Citizen video shows the chaotic
You didn't pay your parking ticket? Sorry, you're going to Guantanamo.
Scene overnight. Neighbors tell us there were dozens of ICE agents. Neighbors like Ebony Watson says they ducked for cover as they heard several flashbangs go off.
They was terrified. The kids was crying. People was screaming.
They dragged naked children out of their house, zip-tied together the children, and then separated them from their family. Do you guys understand that, like, the government is run by the king pedophile, and every ICE agent is a Nazi, who often are pedophiles? Every Jan 6er that got pardoned keeps getting arrested for pedophilia. These people are kidnapping children and separating from their families. What do you think they're gonna do to those children? The United States is just Greater St. James now. Got a parking ticket because we detained you? Gitmo. Yep. Didn't it turn out the landlord called them in to clean out the building so they could fucking sell it? Probably. I didn't see that part.
They looked very distraught.
I can see it though.
I was out there crying when I seen the little girl come around the corner. Because they was bringing the kids out too. Had them zip tied to each other. That's all I kept asking.
These are disgusting scum. These are subhuman monsters that are destroying this planet. They are poisoning our society. They are poisoning the society that we all exist in globally. These are subhuman animals. I'm not afraid to say that. I still find it hard to believe so many are just going about their daily lives not knowing or caring what the fuck is going on. How does Americans not see what's coming? Well, every American, but millions of them. Because it's not directly in front of them, Aussie Welder. Because they don't physically see it. That's why. We have become a species that is only hyper-focused on what is immediately in front of us. This is fault, by the way. Nobody lives like a normal life anymore. I talked about this before. You have to learn to be bored as a skill. Your brain does not operate the same way if you constantly distract it anytime you feel bored. If you are waiting for your food or like your coffee at a Starbucks and you pull out your phone and check your email, you could have thought a thought at that point in time. You chose the phone instead of the thought. And that's why stuff like this happens, and then no one cares about it, no one sees it, no one thinks about it, because they don't think. They think, but they don't think. Algorithmic segregation. True. It's algorithmic segregation. It's algorithmic exile for people like us. Attorney for woman shot by Border Patrol claims officers said, "Do something, bitch," before shooting. These are not human beings. These are animals. They don't, care about anything. They don't believe in anything. Hello, fellow anti-fascists. What's up, incorrigible heathen? Is this paywalled? No, it's not. Thank you. Body camera video of a Border Patrol agent involved in a shooting of a woman who was allegedly chasing agents in Brighton Park. Chasing agents! Yeah, sure, I fucking believe that. Over the weekend shows the officer saying, "Do something, bitch," before pulling over and shooting the woman 5 times. The woman's attorney said in federal court on Monday. The video appears to contradict the government's allegation that Marimar Martinez, 30, drove towards officers before one of them opened fire on her late Saturday morning. On Kinsey Avenue and 39th Street, her attorney Christopher Parente said a detention hearing at the Dirksen Federal Courthouse. Denied a request from the federal government to detain Martinez and Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz, 21, pending trial. Martinez and Ruiz were wearing orange jumpsuits for the detention hearing, were charged on Sunday with federal assault. She got shot and they charged her with federal assault. What have I missed? Well, revolutions everywhere in the world except the West, basically, an incorrigible heathen. We got people rising up and overthrowing their governments everywhere except here. Judge said that it is a miracle to me that no one was more seriously injured in the incident in which Martinez and Ruiz allegedly followed agents for more than 20 minutes. Again, following these people is not a crime, but the cops saying, do something, bitch, and then shooting you 5 times is insane. Parentes said Martinez has 7 holes in her from the shooting, and that the agents were in such a hurry to take her into custody at the hospital that they had to return later when Martinez began bleeding from her wounds. You understand where we are as a society, where these Gestapo could look at you and say, do something, bitch, and then shoot you with a real gun 5 times. The shooting led to a heated confrontation between federal agents and nearly 100 protesters. It was one of the several protests that flared up since President Donald Trump's administration kicked off Operation Midway Blitz. Like, shop manager describes tending to Martinez's wounds. After the shooting, Martinez drove herself to a big rig oil pros. Goddamn, based, like, she managed to she had 7 holes in her. Employees led bleeding Martinez into a chair in the shop's office. Then they called 911. Someone sent someone quick because this lady is bleeding profusely. Like, and FBI seeks other drivers who boxed in feds' cars. So they almost killed this woman. They have killed people before in Chicago already. I'm surprised that the USA has erupted as of it. Like, it's so close. No, it's not. I don't like, not to say that this is doomer, and I don't know what's gonna happen here, but from my viewpoint, I don't think America is gonna rise up. I just don't see it happening. I hope that we do. I don't think that we will. Oh, by the way, ICE is purposefully making fake 911 calls to drain Chicago's police department because the Chicago Police Department isn't working with ICE as much.
You are watching as Broadview police respond to a 911 call, claiming someone was tampering with a gate at the ICE detention facility there. Body camera footage obtained by the CBS News Chicago investigators shows several Broadview police officers respond to an alleged Homeland Security threat. The gate in question is where ICE takes detained immigrants for processing.
What's up, guys? Hey, what's up? Not much.
They say immigrants, but no, it's not immigrants. It is protesters, it is lawyers, it is teachers, it is citizens, it is residents, it is journalists, it is anybody and everybody. It's not immigrants. Like, ignore all the talk about immigrants. It has nothing to do with immigrants. I've been watching some walk around streams in other cities, and it is life as normal. It's really strange to see. Yeah. It is. Like, even in Chicago, even in Portland, even in LA, there's still a lot of normalcy going on, and it's fucking insane. Because if anybody in this country was still awake, you would have the entire city occupied by its civilian population. They are starting a civil war. There is Texas National Guard. Texas militia military is invading Illinois. You wonder, like, you know what this National Guard is supposed to be, by the way, right? Like, the fact that the National Guard is being deployed against us is already terrifying because the National Guard exists specifically to fight the government. That's their whole job. The Second Amendment created the National Guard specifically to fight the army and the government if need be. That's supposed to be our well-regulated militia that fights against the tyrannical government. They are the ones currently doing the tyranny.
Respond to an alleged Homeland Security threat. The gate in question is where ICE takes detained immigrants for processing.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up?
Not much.
How are you?
Good. We got a call of subjects trying to climb over the fence or something.
No, not since we've been here.
But when police arrive, all they find is 2 people and a camera. Our CBS photographer filming the exterior of the building with a CBS security guard by his side.
Okay, you guys didn't tamper with any of the...
No, man.
Aussie Welder, it's like I said, people don't see it and they don't want to see it. It is uncomfortable. It is scary and they don't want to talk about it. I have this issue with my parents as well. Like, when I talk about things that could relate to them, like, I'll just give this as an example. I could talk to my dad and my mom about everything that's happening in America. But when I talk about things that might affect them, they get uncomfortable. They don't want to talk about it. They're tired. They're exhausted. It's depressing. Like, I don't need to think about that. Oh, it might be dangerous that we're talking about the... Like, again, as soon as it starts to affect you personally, most people tune out because they don't have the ability to feel uncomfortable. Again, because when you would usually learn to feel uncomfortable is when you're bored. When, you have a couple seconds in between a task. But instead of learning how to do that, instead of being bored, instead of learning how to be uncomfortable, we distract every time. They won't Buncor. I personally agree. I don't think they will. I could see literally Nazis going door to door in a town and people just letting it happen. I don't even think you could really be Anne Frank. Like, they would just give you up because there is no humans left. They're all zombified. Like, there's plenty of humans left that are already on our side, but, like, for a lot of the middle of the country, which is empty space and, like, rural towns, like, those people are zombies. The infection has completed its transition. They're not human anymore.
The 911 call claiming someone was tampering with the gate came from an ICE agent. According to this incident report, an ICE agent called police for help.
But he can't go and try to force his way into that door.
Okay, so the guy in the blue?
Just says no, the guy's just recording. Camera.
Do you believe that that was a false call?
I do.
Again, it was just our CBS
34 minutes ago. Texas National Guard boarding planes for multiple deployments in several states with orders to protect the feds against anti-ICE protesters and agitators. Again, the National Guard is supposed to be the ones fighting the government for us. That's why they exist. Our government says it is ending live animal exports and the farmers and truck drivers shut down the highways here. Really? I didn't know that. Well, good. Actually, no, wait, I don't tend to like Australian truckers. They tend to be on the other side. Beyond that, though, like, by the way, America just made it so any truck that comes in carrying goods has a 25% tariff on it now as well. WA? Fair enough. I need to learn more about WA. I haven't been to Perth. I've been to SA, I've been to Victoria, I've been to New South Wales, and I've been to Brisbane. I still gotta go to the Northern Territory in WA. And Tasmania. It did not work, thankfully. Good, good, good. By the way, guys, like, they will call you a terrorist and extremist no matter what you do. Left-wing extremists are currently pouring red paint on the driveway of an ICE building while shouting blood on your hands. This is extremism to them. You know what's extreme to them is just anything they dislike. So as the majority of the citizenry in the US are ambivalent unless it affects them personally, an incorrigible heathen, that's the majority of the planet. It's not the majority of America. Australians are like that too, and so is Europe. Well, it affects them personally and they still don't do anything? Well, yeah, well, at that point too. Like, oftentimes when it starts affecting them personally, they care, but they don't do anything because doing something is hard. It's the same reason. It's an inability to cope with the feeling, to feel uncomfortable and not break down. When it happens to them, they freeze because they don't know what to do because they can't think about it. Red paint? Oh no, yeah, literally. This is terrorism now.
The blood of children is on USA. The blood of children is on USA.
This is extremism. Meanwhile,
step back. I'm on a public road.
He's not doing anything. You're saying that.
red paint, extremists and terrorists. This fucking guy? That's a patriot.
What's up? Move up on me again. Step back. Step back. I'm on a public floor.
He's not doing anything. You're saying that. Whoa! He's not doing anything. He's not doing anything. No, he's not doing anything.
I need you to stand over there.
No, he's not. I'm gonna stand right here. He's not doing.
You're gonna stand where
I'm
I
gonna
tell
stand
you to
right
stand.
here. I'm
Or
gonna
else
stand
you're
right
next.
here. I'm gonna stand right here.
This is what's happening. They're at war with you.
Guys! La migra! No!
I'm literally watching this video on Reddit right now. There are people that ain't bootlegging. They're letting the boots go right down their throats. Oh yeah, no, they're all cucked. Every single one of them are cucked. Take a look. Again, the people who support this are not human. Sorry, lettuce. Like, this is what they're doing? For one guy, by the way.
Let him go!
Yeah, fix your mask, you little shit. These are terrorists, by the way. ICE is a terrorist organization. Homeland Security is a terrorist organization. The United States is run by Al-Qaeda, by ISIS. It's just American ISIS.
Let him go! Get off him!
We're gonna start stoning people to death soon. Oh look, snipers directed at protesters. Real snipers, live ammunition. They aim right for you. One day they're gonna start shooting them, if they haven't already, because the stuff we actually get to see is not all of it. You don't really get to see the worst of it because it's done in a way that you don't get cameras on it. Lettuce, I know I get it. Unleash your frustration right now by doing push-ups. Don't let the Magestapo be stronger than you. I agree, erratic cookie. By the way, genuinely, maybe it's time to start exercising. Because they're gonna come for you eventually. Like, you're all on a list. We are all on a list. It's a predictive list. This is Project Incite. This is pre-crime. They're gonna come for you. By the way, remember that under the current National Security Memorandum, NSPM 7, it is terrorism to be anti-American, anti-Christian, anti-capitalist, anti-treating trans people like animals, anti-treating migrants like animals, pro-women having the right to vote is terrorism, like all of that. It's like, you're a terrorist now. Also, I'm not American, so I'm more afraid of Russian drones dropping on my head. Well, I mean, yeah, you should be afraid of that one too. But you don't have to be American to be worried about this, because this entire system is being integrated into Europe as well, and so is in Australia. By the way, Pete Hegseth considered sending the 82nd Airborne into Portland, Oregon. The 82nd Airborne are a elite group of soldiers. They wanted to drop the 82nd Airborne into Portland, which is, I mean, like, currently there's almost nothing going on there. There's protests. Trump is calling it a war. He's talking about how it's on fire and there's bombs going off and all, like, none of that shit is true. None of it is true. But they are terrorists and they just want to, like, this is what's happening in Oregon. By the way, this guy should go to prison. He could have killed this person. That is an air in... Sorry, I don't know why the button didn't work. This is an air intake hole. This officer could kill this person. They should be in prison. Oh, my message got eaten. I said I can't work. I'm on a night shift. It's so weird. What else we got? This is still Chicago. Oh yeah, federal agents shoot woman. They say box them in. We saw that. He got lucky, Captain Buggy. That's why. These are monsters. The Gestapo. They are coming for you. By the way, they gas everyone. If you're gonna go to one of these protests, bring a mask. Bring an N95 if you can't get a gas mask. Get a proper gas mask with ventilators, with filters that you can change. Wear long sleeves because you're gonna get pelted with really painful shit and it hurts even through clothing. But also you don't want this gas on your skin because it's toxic. So, you know. By the way, though, on the subject of the fake 911 calls that ICE is making to try and waste the Chicago PD's money and time, the police chief said that they might arrest ICE agents and jail them for making false 911 calls and filing false police reports in Chicago. Now, do I believe that they will do this? Probably not. Do I wish they would? Yes. What would be the result of this? A civil war. That would be the result of that. Functionally. You know what was cool, though? Was this Washington State professor. So, in Washington State University, this professor's having a lecture, and some Nazi comes in.
What the fuck?
He did like a Nazi salute and said some shit. It was before this clip, I guess. Can't really hear him, so. He gets chased out. I am so fucking proud of every one of these people.
Get the fuck out of here!
This is the professor. Good for her.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Are you protected? I'm protected! Oh shit! Oh, out of here!
That's what I want to see. Anytime you run into a Nazi, I want that response. This is the correct response when you see one Nazi.
Oh shit!
I've seen it. He called the room, "You are degenerates." Yeah, again, this is like every accusation is a confession. I can't even clearly see him, but I can tell that he is a degenerate. He got arrested later, didn't he? Yeah, he did.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh! 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 Oh my god! No!
This is the correct response.
Fucking Nazi! Oh! You're only gonna beat his ass!
World star.
Oh shit! Oh!
You can finally be with his J6er friends. That's a gender studies professor, probably why the professor marched him down. Yeah, probably. But also, like, that should be the default answer. This is from his POV, by the way.
Had a 30v1 me. They had a 30v1 me, bro.
They had a 30v1 me, bro. That teacher could have kicked your ass, you dipshit. It's not about 30v1ing you. It's that you are disgusting scum and subhuman and should be chased off of the premises so that people don't have to deal with you.
Yo, they had a 30v1 me. Yeah. What? You keep what? You keep teaching this degenerate nonsense. You keep
Degenerate nonsense. This dude watches like this dude has child pornography on his drive. I fucking guarantee it, honestly, because he is a Nazi. And all Nazis are pedophiles. Not all pedophiles are Nazis, weirdly, but all Nazis are pedophiles. That is how that works. It's like, you know, rectangles and squares. It's the same concept.
This degenerate nonsense. What? Yeah,
it is a great illustration of the power of numbers, solidarity, and a good leader. The college absolutely, oopsie. Go away, message. I can't read the rest of the message. Has a right to tell a non-student to fuck right off. Absolutely. I don't even care if he's a student. I don't care if he's a student. He should be expelled if he is.
Degenerate nonsense. Degenerate nonsense. What? What? Yeah, all you guys had a 30
like, that's what I want to see every single time you catch a Nazi. You gotta make them uncomfortable. They should not be allowed to just do whatever the fuck they want with impunity. Well, if you take the word Nazi and swap a few letters, it says pedo. Yeah, it's true. It also says demon, generally. By the way, like, again, monsters do this.
They created. Oh. Line that they created. Oh shit. That's like you last time. Who is talking to you? No. Hey, this is the line that they created. Oh.
Again, these people kidnapped children from their homes, naked, zip-tied them, and separated them from their parents. Oh, guess what? They're using ice cream trucks to target children and families.
Am I missing something? Hold on, this is not even the best of it. Am I missing something?
This is evil. This is Nazism.
Sucks fucking. They say she was boxing in their cars. I need you to know that these are deputized secret police with no fucking training. They are his private army and they just opened fire on a woman. She was taken to the hospital. I haven't seen this being talked about on here. I saw it on Zuck's fuck-ass platform. We all need to be paying attention to this. It is a matter of time before they us. It is just gonna happen. They are waving this shit around, dropping it in the street, pointing it at citizens. It is out of control. And they don't care. They don't value our lives at all. They took these positions to do this shit. Sending love to Chicago. This happened on Kedzie. I used to live on Kedzie in 2020. I know the community is unmatched. Here in Los Angeles, a few moments ago at the MDC, a woman pulled up to ask a question and all male officers, DHS, surrounded her, drug her, detained her, ripped her shirt off. Not a single woman agent present. It is so fucking out of control. It was 1445 badge number. He's done a lot of fucked up shit recently. And because I know y'all watch my content and I'm speaking to the agents since you've made that clear, if you're gonna watch this shit, like and repost, bitch. This is what you stand for.
Like, she's absolutely right. Look at these fucking cunts. Like, they just don't care.
I want to see the warrant. You just gotta see how they're gonna come in. They don't want to show us the warrant. They don't want to show us the warrant.
Everybody.
We have to see the warrant.
Ma'am, you're watching too much movies. We'll show you the warrant when we're done.
No, let's see it. Let's see it. No.
Pretending they don't need a warrant.
They're taking my husband.
Well, I mean, technically they're not pretending. They don't need one.
Is that a kid
because we don't have law.
Like that? We have 5 kids. Why?
We don't have a law. There is no fucking, like, law warrant. Exactly, it's hilarious to them. They're laughing. What do you mean a fucking warrant? We don't need a warrant. We don't live in America. This is Greater St. James. You're thinking about a different country. Oh, speaking of Greater St. James.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President's term today, Mr. President.
Say it.
The Supreme Court is back and
Yeah.
they rejected today an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell to overturn her conviction. That means her only chance of getting out of prison is a pardon from you. Is that something you're...
Who are we talking about?
Ghislaine Maxwell.
You know, I haven't heard the name in so long. I can say this, that I'd have to take a look at it. I would have to take a look. Did they reject that?
She wanted to appeal her conviction.
And what
They
happened?
said that they were not going to hear her appeal.
I see. Well, I'll take a look at it. I'll speak to...
Nobody will save you but yourself. They're gonna pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. Here's fucking Howard Lutnick, fucking basically just admitting that Trump is a pedophile.
Ooh, the deep nuance.
That he was a pervert.
It's gross. The guy's gross. Right with my wife. Like, he's gross. The guy's gross. This was not, ooh, the deep nuance of Howard Lutnick. This guy's gross.
Right. So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw?
Nutlick, hell yeah.
Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, you know, get a massage, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever. Blackmailed people. That's how he had money. So
what happened to those videos? Why is there now such a dearth of information when, you know, Donald Trump's people are running the FBI and the DOJ?
I assume way back when, they traded those videos in exchange for him getting that 18-month sentence, which allowed him to have visits and be out of jail. I mean, he's a serial sex offender. How could he get 18 months and be able to go to his office during the day and have visitors and stuff? It must have been a trade. So my assumption, I have no knowledge, but my assumption is there was a trade for the videos because there were people on those videos.
And have you talked to Donald Trump about this and shared your theory?
No, I mean, he knows the story.
Right.
But my story, that, you know.
Yeah, he was there. Like, literally, like, they are not even hiding it. This is a Holocaust in the making. Honestly, like, we're not very far off from it, by the way. Although, one positive thing that I will show you. This is not real, but it needs to be. This is an image that I'm going to show you, and it was taken outside of an adults-only kink festival in San Francisco. I need this to happen. Transgenders are fucking each other by the ice building and Portland fence, and it's so graphic. Please go do that. I'm fucking begging you. You will get arrested and put in a camp, but it will be hilarious. I'm quite literally a lawyer, a pretty good one if I say so. If I say law won't save you, it's only because it's factual. Holocaust in the making. I've been, like, it's nice that a lawyer with me. I've been saying the law won't save you for a hot minute now. Hold on. Let me get a couple more things up. I forgot about this. This is like not really even news, but Trump said the White House ballroom construction will continue. I need you back on Twitch for the emotes. I mean, I have emotes on here. You guys can become a member on YouTube and get access to them. I only have a few. I have 4 emotes. I need 2 more subs on YouTube to unlock another emote because YouTube fucking sucks and is dog shit. The law is now whatever Trump can get away with. Remember, if some of y'all were watching me back after Inauguration Day, it was like a couple days after, where they put out the executive order that said that any law that contradicts the president or the attorney general's interpretation of the law is not the law, and I said this is the law now. But I don't think Peter Thiel wants to fuck other humans. No, Peter Thiel doesn't give a shit about other humans. He's not human. He's just not. Like, can you understand that this is the Homeland Security Twitter page? Like, the official government Homeland Security Twitter page. The government is shut down. Gestapo is getting paid, but the ballroom construction continues. It's good to know. Yeah, well, like they're using the shutdown to do the most horrific shit. The United States has the right to protect itself from death, nullification, secession, like Teddy Roosevelt, sure. A nation, not an economic zone. Like, this is all just old school propaganda. Mandate to get rid of our country of foreign invaders. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, again, you guys understand that Texas and like New Mexico and part of Nevada, I believe, and Southern California, or Mexico, we annexed that territory. So, like, by saying they're invading this country, we invaded their country. They just live where they still lived when we invaded them. Again, still on the Homeland Security Twitter page. In response to Pritzker talking about the children that they kidnapped naked and zip-tied by, the terrorist and pedophile government. Yes, this is a target operation. DHS Gov law enforcement arrested multiple Tren de Aragua members and domestic terrorists. They arrested children and zip-tied them. Now boarding ICE Air. The sound you hear if you don't self-deport.
Board ICE Air. We hope you enjoy your flight home. Next time, come to America legally or don't come at all.
Fuck around, find out. We will not allow violent activists to lay hands on law enforcement. As in, we're gonna arrest you at a protest after we beat you. This is Homeland Security's official page. Honestly, today's is actually fairly moderate. Recapture our national identity. Yeah, this is Nazi shit. Straight off the bat. By the way, you're not seeing a bunch, again, like everything you're seeing is not the worst of it. You don't see the actual bad stuff.
Everybody needs to be documenting what's happening
really
in Portland, Oregon,
stuff.
and sharing it everywhere. TikTok has taken down Portland, Oregon as a location that you can tag. They have taken down the tags, they've taken down the locations. They are actively trying to remove views of videos from Portland.
What's that? That's what they want to recapture. The genocide. We're still genocidal imperialists, but we're not like ethno-nationalists, Captain Buggy. That's what they want. They want ethno-nationalist genocidal imperialism. Like, it is definitional to fascism of a return to a past society.
Portland. There is a massive resistance going on in Portland right now, and I bet you don't know about it. Thousands of people, I'm not joking. ICE is attacking the police in Portland. The police.
This is a civil war. ICE is attacking the police. Oh, I have something really good for you after this. This is going to be very funny.
Attacking the police. They pepper spray the police. They are beating people. They're shooting people. They are spraying them with pepper spray. I want to be absolutely clear about something. ICE is not working with the local police. I have no doubt that the local police have been told to work with ICE, but ICE is attacking them. I repeat, ICE is attacking local law enforcement in Portland, Oregon. TikTok is not showing videos of these things. The location of Portland, Oregon has been removed from TikTok.
This is going to get worse. They're going to test it there and bring it on. Some, at least, humorous and pleasing news. AOC made a video where she said that Stephen Miller is 4'10". And this happened. What's up, Clit Drawing?
Stephen, AOC is you're her favorite target apparently on Instagram. Check this out.
He looks like he is angry about the fact that he's 4'10", and he looks like he is so mad that he is 4'10" that he's taking that anger out at any other population possible. Like, laugh at them. Laugh at them.
Like, laugh at them. Laugh at them. I wish I had a hoodie on. I mean, are we trying to play sorority sister as elected official? I don't know. I was at a sorority over the weekend.
Again, understand.
Going on in Portland, it's been going on for a long time, and that's insurrection. I mean, that's pure.
The literal fucking insurrectionist terrorist is calling this an insurrection. I gotta get back to NY. That was great. Not gonna lie. Yeah, it was very funny. It really gets under their skin.
Insurrection. And then you'll have a governor get up and say, there's absolutely nothing wrong. And you see these places are burning down. Like in Chicago with Pritzker, they lose 5 a weekend, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11.
30.
It's crazy. And you know, like 35 are shot. You look at some of the bigger weekends, and they'll have 11 dead, 11 murdered, and 50 shot.
Within 24 hours of the Kirk shooting, top Trump officials and administration lawyers were drafting legal memos, writing blueprints for possible executive actions, and prioritizing which liberal organizations and strongholds of the left that need targeting. They're so fucking insecure about people in hoodies. It's true, yeah. Guys, like, the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk gave someone like Mr. Trump, with all of his vindictive pettiness and disregard for the law, the very opening he needed to kick a campaign of legal retribution into high gear, says Bradley Moss, a longtime national security lawyer whose firm represents people who've been targeted by the second Trump administration. Quote, there is arguably no comparable point in history of this country, not even when Americans fought each other during the Civil War, when the very constitutional framework has been so close to succumbing to the authoritarian whims of a single official. Like, it is already several degrees worse than the Civil War. I can't read this because I don't have the right browser open to turn off JavaScript, but here is the link. Fuck Fetterman for sticking up that vibe. Fetterman was an op. I heard McKinsey consultants were pissing on Charlie's memorial. You should look into them, Larry. Yeah, Larry, go look into that. I feel like that is definitely true. From everything I know about McKinsey consultants, that sounds like a thing that they would do. Absolutely. By the way, here's Jack Posobiec posting about the Seattle mayor.
The criminal system has had a disparate impact on black and brown communities. Let me lead with that. So when this person is committing 6 or 7 crimes, I don't know his or her story. Maybe they were abused as a child. Maybe they're hungry. So my remedy is to find their life story to see how we could help first.
You know, how you actually deal with crime? Like that? The regular, rational, normal response?
I have no desire to put them in jail. But I need to protect you, and that's the calibration that we have, the criminal system.
Like, talking about this as if this is a bad thing. You guys need to understand that, like, the crime epidemic is a psychosis in America. There is no crime epidemic. The crime epidemic gets started every time these people start talking about a crime epidemic. They cause more crime. They literally incite violence. Again, a judge in South Carolina's home was bombed today. A right-winger shot up a Mormon church and then bombed it like a week ago. We had another right-winger fucking kill Charlie Kirk. We had another right-winger shoot up a school filled with children. A church filled with children. Fucking Hortman got murdered. Whitmer almost got kidnapped. Shapiro's house got firebombed. Like, come on. Like, get real here. It's war. And here's the other part, right? Because it's really, really telling to me when they say stuff like this.
Religion, doesn't have faith, doesn't have God. It's going to be very hard to be a good country. You know, there's no reason to be good. I want to be good because you want to prove to God that you're good, so you go to that next step, right? So that's very important to me. I think it's really very important. And yesterday was amazing. We went out. We went to the naval base, the largest in the world, actually, and I saw things that were incredible. The level of doesn't have God. It's going to be very hard to be a good country. You know, there's no reason to be good. I want to be good because you want to prove to God that you're good, so you go to that next step.
Christians can't comprehend morality without consequences. Well, fake Christians. Ben got bombed. That's hilarious. No, it's Josh, like the governor of Pennsylvania. If it was Ben Shapiro, that would be very funny. Like, still, not a good thing. But it's always right on right violence. And literally, like, it's not even unheard of because Ben Shapiro is pro-Israel. One of the Nazis could attack him because that's what they often do. But no, like Trump's like, oh, you need God to be a good person. That the average American thinking, that you can't be a good person without the fear of burning in hell. I thought getting a Peace Prize was important to him. He's not getting one. Like, it's become very clear that no one will give him one, so I guess he kind of gave up. By the way, one more time for the mayor of Chicago. This is a good move. It's not gonna do much, but we're really heading towards that civil war.
Today, we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ICE-free zones. That means that city property and unwilling private businesses will no longer serve as staging grounds for these raids. And today, we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ICE-free zones. That means that city property and unwilling private businesses will no longer serve as staging grounds for these raids. And today, we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ICE-free zones.
Meanwhile, this insanity.
You have Trump here talking to 10,000 Navy guys, and then you have Kamala whining that she didn't get blown out. What kind of contrast was that this weekend?
What a difference the presidency makes, Jesse, right? I mean, we are now totally over that destructive, stupid era of toxic masculinity, and now we're in an era of real masculinity, thanks to the bold, muscular leadership of President Trump and our...
Well, sometimes evil phrenology is correct, Captain Buggy. Could you understand? Do you know what they just said? This is the woke Reich. It's the woke Reich. Toxic masculinity is over. Now we have real masculinity with our muscular... Like, what?
Stupid era of toxic masculinity, and now we're in an era of real masculinity, thanks to the bold, muscular leadership of President Trump and our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth.
The bold, muscular leadership of Donald Trump rescued us from toxic masculinity. It's the woke fucking Reich. It really is. It's the woke Reich. Fucking weird. No, they're literally insane. They're monsters. Like, they say one thing, by the way, and then they do the exact opposite. Obviously, we already know that. But like, there is a degree of which it just hurts now. You know what I mean? She's talking about toxic masculinity, the guy who hates soup for being woke. Well, again, Jesse Waters is a, I want to say the word because woke is dead and I should be able to say it, but I can't. He's a flaming homosexual. Derogatory in parentheses. Meanwhile, like, this is the stuff that's being posted by the right. Death Angel, a left Twitter user, saying that rebound woke is going to be so good. They're already coping like this and we're just getting started. Yeah, no, they're right. They are just getting started. They're going to put us into camps and kill us. They are building furnaces next to their mass prisons. I believe phrenology in the sense that anger and hate will make you hideous because of chemical imbalance from the stress of being angry, but that ain't phrenology, it's basic chemistry. Erratic Cookie, you are spot on, but I just go with like the easier explanation because here's an issue. We're gonna take a break from what we were just looking at for just a second to really see this. It is a problem. Another vignette from a post-literate society. Reading books used to be something a lot of people did for fun. It is now a specialist skill that has to be taught at universities. Literature degrees include lessons in reading a book. This is something you have to take a class for now. The popularity of English A-level has fallen from the most popular subject to outside the top 10. Canterbury Christchurch University axed its English literature degree last year. Like, okay. I don't know what we do in a society where you have to go to a private university to learn how to read a book. Literacy is dead. Democracy is too.
But if it was necessary, so far it hasn't been necessary, but we have an Insurrection Act for a reason. If I had to enact it, I'd do that. If people were being killed and courts were holding us up, or governors or mayors were holding us up, sure, I'd do that. But if it was necessary.
If people get mad that ICE killed somebody, if the governors stop us, if the courts try and stop us, if the cities try and stop us, we're going to declare the Insurrection Act. That is what he said today. Today. So get ready, because that's coming. It's not looking good, y'all. Give me a second, I'm looking for some other stuff to show you. God, everything is bad. Well, there is oh, here we go. This happened as well. Oklahoma Trump supporter who shared fake picture of depicting Kamala Harris with billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, child rapist, Damian Sirles, has been arrested for the rape of a child. Has literacy fallen to that level? Yes, it has, incorrigible heathen. We've also, like, as a society, as humans, have been getting dumber by the last 2 generations, maybe 3. But again, Oklahoma Trump supporter who shared a fake picture depicting Kamala Harris with the billionaire child rapist Jeffrey Epstein, Damian Sirles, has been arrested for the rape of a child. Average MAGA. Men keep impersonating ICE agents to kidnap and rape women. They keep doing it. Daily Wire today. A Daily Wire writer who accused LGBTQ people of being groomers, Aaron Craig Gleason, has been arrested for molesting a child under the age of 12. Today! No grooming going on here. They're coming for our children. Molest a 12-year-old, under 12-year-old. They post stuff like this. Kids shows today, kids shows when I was young. Right? Here's the actual fucking creator of VeggieTales. One of the many problems with Christian nationalism is it elevates Christendom above Christ. Jesus barely makes an appearance in most CN writings, unless it's the mouth sword-wielding, butt-kicking warrior from Revelations. Wait a minute. Is Jesus a One Piece character? Your primary excitement about Jesus' return is the opportunity to start killing our enemies with mouth swords. You've missed the point of more than just Revelations. This is the guy who made VeggieTales, responding to this Daily Wire tweet, written by the man who just got arrested for molesting a 12-year-old. Jesus is a JoJo character, not One Piece? Ah, okay. Fair enough. I'm not a big, whatchamacallit, anime fan, so, you know, I wouldn't know. I don't really get to watch TV all that much. But this is the society we live in. We voted in the pro-pedophile president, so. Let's see, what else we got? We got a lot. Oh, we want to, nuke something? I think we want to nuke the moon. I've seen that being talked about. I don't know, guys. We're about to become Turkey. We're Turkifying at an alarming rate. Here you go. Thank you, President there.
So, I saw the market was down a little bit today. I mean, in all fairness, I don't feel guilty because we've set every record you can imagine. But it was down, and I say, oh, the numbers must be good. Meaning the growth numbers are phenomenal. And again, this is during, but a little bit of pre the heavy, the really success and the money pouring into our country through the tariffs. And I just say, why can't we have great numbers and lower the interest rates so we have even greater numbers? So people were saying, oh, the numbers are so good, they're going to have to raise interest rates. That doesn't have to happen. And there's no inflation. We have really, I mean, the only thing we have is great success. We're having unbelievable.
Great success. Let's cut the interest rates and inflation doesn't exist. 3 months later, 200% inflation. We are just becoming Turkey. Oh my goodness. Literally, like, this is what Erdogan said. He said that the interest rates were a conspiracy theory developed by, like, the World Bank, and that you didn't need to do that. And, I mean, like, it destroyed Turkey's economy. Prices went up massively. Inflation hit, I think, a max of 240%. They had to spend so much of their money keeping their own money afloat. They had to give out payments to their own citizens, and it is still unaffordable to live there. This will literally cause the global economy to crash. If we don't, like, if we cut interest rates, it's like we have an actual history to look at or anything. No. See, here's the thing, Jet. Here's the thing a lot of people are misunderstanding. They are reading the history book. They're just not trying to prevent the bad things. They are reading the history book and doing the things accordingly. They want a Great Depression. Remember, like, early in the administration, they were talking about getting rid of the FDIC. We might have bank runs soon. By the way, honestly, I would get your money out of a bank right the fuck now. Because, think about this. NSPM 7 says if you are anti-Christian, anti-American, anti-capitalist, anti-MAGA, anti-treating migrants like animals, anti-treating trans people like animals, you are a terrorist. Which means that they could use financial sanctions on you. They could freeze your bank account if they want to. They could just freeze your money because you're a terrorist to them. So be aware of that. I would get your money out of a bank account, like, right the fuck now. I don't know where you're going to put it, but legally the banks are forced to already. Yeah, so, like, get your money out of the bank because they can just freeze your money right there. Like, put it in a foreign bank. I don't know. But if we do this, if we Turkify, if we cut the interest rate because Trump doesn't believe in inflation because he talked to Erdogan or something, we will end up defaulting on the debt, which I predict will happen before March of next year, which will cause a global economic collapse. So there's that. If a depression happens, I think that's largely bad for fascism. Economic collapse radicalized people against the sitting government. They don't care. The point of that is that all of the economic collapse is then cheap shit that the rich can buy and monopolize. They will kill you. Like, unless there is an organized attempt to protest, to resist, before this happens, like a movement that is already set up to continue, that doesn't have to worry about the logistics, otherwise they'll just kill you. That's the only chance. The first time they became the Nazis, yeah, exactly, like the corpos just became the Nazis as well. And right now, there are corporations that are above the government. Palantir gives all of it, like, Palantir runs the government. Everything goes into Palantir, and then Palantir makes a decision that goes back to the government. Larry Ellison also runs Palantir and the government. He's above all of them. There is a chain of command here. By the way, like, we are just, I don't know what to say.
Breaking news for us this morning. Tell us.
Yes, Maria, we're announcing today expanded programs to help the American coal industry. And we're helping it just because for years it's been under assault. It was out of fashion with the Chardonnay set in San Francisco, Boulder, Colorado, and New York City, where I just was at Climate Week. But it's critical to America's industrial might, not just for
American industrial manufacturing has been going down steadily for 8 months now. They want to do coal, which is also going to fail because no one wants to buy American oil because it's more expensive. We're getting undercut, and it's not something we can fix. What else do we have here? Well, like 28 different signs that a monumental crash is coming. True, Kyle, true. Here's the Google search trends for bankruptcy lawyer. Yeah. Individual bankruptcy files have jumped 15% in the last 9 months of 2025. Oh, and on top of this, we are now beginning November 1st. All medium-duty and heavy-duty semi-trucks entering the U.S. are subject to a 25% tariff. So the food that you already cannot afford, have fun with that. If comfortable people don't resist, it takes people with nothing to lose. When the people have gotten to rock bottom, Jason Schoof, it's too late. By that point, it is too late. Because you need to be able to organize before this happens. You need to. By the way, this is the economy split into two. This is essentially the voting map too. This entire red area is just uninhabited for the most part. Like there's cities, sure, but like honestly, we got to get all of the rural people into one of these blue areas. It is insane. They are losing their minds because they don't get to see anybody else. They live in their own little bubble. You need to, like, I don't know, for a year, every one of them needs to go live in New York and LA. I don't care. Call me a fascist. Put me in charge. I will make them go live for a year in New York or LA. I will force it. I don't care anymore. Thoughts and prayers, motherfuckers. What's up, Chris Tablante? Like, we're at a point where not only is literacy dead, not only is AI overtaking, like, what we can understand, what the fuck is happening, we're also doing the dumbest shit. Federal judge approved a plan to release 45,000 gallons of radioactive water into the Hudson River. Why? Who the fuck knows? Let's just put a fucking RFK. We need radioactive water. It's terrifying. And like that's just the America side of it, because when you get into Europe, it's also not great. Like really, really, really not great. For example, let's take a look at the UK. Let me put some of this stuff together. There's that. All right, so let's start with the UK. So we've covered the fact that the Tony Blair Institute is going to be used to transfer the power, like the entire ownership of Gaza to the tech bros, the billionaires, you know, the Elon Musk Manufacturing Center, Ellison's like fucking lab, the slave camps, all of that. So someone went and asked young Labour Party members in the UK what they thought about this. And this is, the UK is a dead fucking country.
I think it's a brilliant idea.
I think that Tony Blair is a very experienced politician. Obviously, he's done a lot of work in the past with the Middle East.
You mean the Iraq fucking war? Cunt, come on. Like, we've lost it, we're cooked.
And he's always been very committed
to suffering, yeah, committed to causing suffering.
That issue.
I think his experience in international politics gives me hope. The Good Friday Agreement was a wonderful, wonderful piece of legislation, brought peace to Northern Ireland, ended the Troubles, and you know, if he can do that then, if we can do that then, we can do that now as a party.
Accurate. I think he has a lot of experience in Middle East politics. I think he's also an experienced statesman. He's obviously advising statespeople around the world through the TBI, and
These are the young Labour Party members of the United Kingdom. Holy shit. I gotta go see what, like, young Labour Party members in Australia sound like. I really fucking have to. I need to take a trip to Melbourne, too. Guys, donate, please, because I am broke. I have to spend, like, the next week turning my computer into a Linux lab because 14th of this month, they just... all of the Windows 10 computers are gonna get, like, hacked like crazy. So, donate. I got fucking shit coming out my ass. I gotta go to Melbourne. I have my electricity company telling me somehow I times 8 my electrical cost in the last month. Like, it's insane. In my experience with fascism in the Philippines, it takes people with nothing to lose for shedding blood and tears to unify people who had shared trauma to incite revolution. Here's the thing, Chris Tablante. Revolution that comes from that is never going to produce good outcomes. It is, like, it is required that a revolution is not built on resentment. And when the revolution comes from abuse, anger, and overthrowing, it is purely resentment focused. And so the revolution is not about creating a better world, a different system. It is often just, I want to get the people abusing me out of power. I want to get revenge, and then I want their power, is often what that turns into. What about Windows 10? On October 14th, Microsoft is ending update support for Windows 10, which is pretty fucking bad. Now, beyond that, what happens is you can pay to extend it for a year, $30 a month, but you have to sign into your Microsoft account every 30 days or it's gone. There is a ton of unpatched and will continually more unpatched shit comes out about Windows 10. If there's no update support, they won't be patched, which don't do that either. Find a Linux distro and switch to that. That's exactly what happened. Yeah, exactly, Chris Tablante. I've said for a long time, well before Trump even won, before the election, I said the reason I wanted Harris to win was not because I liked Harris. She was the weaker opponent to work against. A revolution built on the resentment of the working class will not produce a good outcome. You need the disillusioned petite bourgeois, the managerial class that saw the evil and came to our side to organize, to plan out, to educate. And we need the working class as the base of movement. But they're not the ones that are spreading the message. You know, it doesn't come from them. It's for all of us. But the people who aren't angry and destroyed and traumatized and brainwashed, they're the ones leading the charge. That will succeed because that is a system that is trying to create a better system. But unfortunately, we had to spin the wheel again. So, you know, that's not what happened. Meanwhile, Elon Musk is continuously trying to start a holy war in the UK. Like propaganda that is causing synagogues to get bombed. There was a stabbing in a synagogue. There was a fucking a fire set at a mosque with 2 people inside. Like, it's arson, by the way. You got Farage over here, but well, give me a second, because it's more than that. Man jailed for attacking mosque worshipper. Taking his fucking info from a mosque over here. Then you got a war-wounded refugee of 16 who survived a bombing in Syria, was stabbed to death in Huddersfield for innocuously walking past a man's girlfriend. This is the Tommy Robinson, Andrew Tate, Elon Musk shit. They're just doing what they did here, there now, trying to start a holy war. Meanwhile, here is what actual Jews and Muslims feel like. You know, this is at a pro-Palestine rally, in fact.
Okay. You guys want a hug or something? Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it.
I would just like to freeze frame on your Torah demands Palestine be free, the state of Israel and its atrocities. These are Hasidic Jews. Free Palestine. Judaism demands free Gaza and all of Palestine and forbids any Jewish state. Literally, yes. It is definitionally anti-Semitic. It is against Judaism to be a Zionist. To be a Zionist, you have to literally agree with Adolf Hitler. To be a Zionist, you have to raise your hand and say, Hitler was right. They're the most again, Palestinians are Semitic, mind you, as well. And we've talked about this before. If you look at the record, like the historical record, the DNA record, the ancient, the historic Israelites became Muslim. And then the white, Jews from Europe came and then became the Israelis. And now the descendants of the ancient Israelites are being holocausted, genocided, and slaughtered by the descendants of European Holocaust survivors. If that doesn't tell you that epigenetic trauma is real, I don't know what the fuck will. I mean, to be fair, we know it's real because there's been studies done on it, but you know, there's all of that. Look at the insanity of this shit.
Right, Mason, we're not happy, are we?
Nah, fuming.
Move out the way, I'll show them why. Whoever makes these bricks, Imperial bricks, Cheshire, pre-war, dual-face brick, you need shooting. So there's 500 in a pack.
God, okay, the British just call for violence easily.
Out of 20 brick, you can't use half of them. It's got a crack there.
They're blaming the shitty building material they have on fucking migrants. And this is an anti-Starmer account. Obviously this is reform, but do you think that migrants are the reason that your bricks are cracked? Or do you think maybe lack of industry regulation might result in the shittily produced bricks that you use to build? This is what human seeking empathy and peace actually looks like? Yeah. You have to be intolerant of intolerance. Any tolerance of intolerance is permission for more of these demons and ghouls. I think it's because the woke and gay brick makers. You don't think that they're also immigrants? Oh my goodness, holy shit. Okay, I stand. Taylor Lorenz, good job on this fucking post. Holy shit. I don't even know what she's talking about, but I like it. The 2028 debates will be moderated by Connor Eats Pants. I've never seen Connor Eats Pants, but the Inshallah from Taylor Lorenz hits. 10 out of 10. Inshallah, my sister. Alright, let's talk about Britain's Russia problem. So, Nigel Farage. So today, Ofcom finally banned RT. I don't know how the fuck they didn't do that before. 8 long years after Russia illegally invaded Crimea. But, and this is 2022. I don't know how it took that long. This is their man, RT, whose editor described it as a weapon of the Russian state, is what made Farage into who he is today. RT is not just a TV channel. By the way, RT is now unblocked in the United States, and Australia, mind you. It's the center of the whole ecosystem of the Kremlin propaganda. Clips uploaded to YouTube were laced between mesmerizing videos of tsunamis and tornadoes. It was clickbait wizardry. As ex-YouTuber, that person told me no one milked YouTube algo like RT did. They're the biggest information network on YouTube. They have 22 channels and they have an absolute masterful understanding of how the algorithm works. Wait, we unbanned RT? Yeah, no, there's RT news in America regularly. I've seen it quote tweeted by politicians, Captain Buggy. There are American politicians quote tweeting RT. I only recently found out Connor exists. I had no idea who he was until the interview with Newsom. I still haven't seen it. And who is RT's favorite man in the West? Well, it's Farage. It's not that just Farage was paid by RT, the Russian state, for appearances over the years. It's that RT, the biggest news channel on YouTube, made him a star. RT cultivated UKIP from at least 2011. First Gerard Button and then Farage. He was paid £2,000 per appearance. The Kremlin propaganda was always explicit. RT was as essential as the Ministry of Defense. RT recognized Farage's value way back in 2011. Ex-UKIP insider told how RT's London correspondent, quote, practically live inside of UKIP's offices, and they targeted Gerard Batten first, the current leader of UKIP, and then Farage. They loved it. RT would ask them on every week. They talk about anything. Batten did not respond to the observers' questions about his relationship with RT. Farage is, quote, phenomenally useful to the Russian government. Been, a leading researcher in to Russian online propaganda tells me. Quote, the thing about RT is that they are completely open about what it is. The editor-in-chief has described it as information warfare. She has said it as much as it's as much a part of Russia's arsenal as the Ministry of Defense. He's not a Muppet, he's a puppet. In 2018, I had a weird eye-popping experience of how this all worked. I went to an entertaining evening with Nigel Farage in Melbourne and discovered the audience of almost entirely young men. Jordan Peterson fans who'd found out about Farage from YouTube's Up Next clips. Hold on, speaking of Jordan Peterson, I got something for you as well. Speaking of Jordan Peterson. Some fucking weird shit. Apparently he's dying. I don't want to get banned again, so I'm not going to say anything, but, you know. In an eye-opening moment, Jordan Peterson is the Canadian psychologist whose forthright views on women and why feminism is wrong have made him an alt-right YouTube breakout star. Yeah. No, it's not until I sat there on a training evening with them. I wouldn't be where I am today without YouTube. Farage told his audience of young men. Men who, when I asked, what do you think of Nigel Farage, say, quote, he's an absolute legend, or he's the dog's bollocks. Jesus Christ, okay. No way we smoking on another pack already. We know, yeah. I hear his ICU didn't do an experimental benzo treatment where they put him into a medically induced coma to detox. Well, no, that was years ago. He had to go to Russia to do that. See, Jordan Peterson is far dumber than he used to be because he was addicted to benzodiazepines and he didn't take his own advice about pulling himself up by the bootstraps. No doctor in the West was going to put him in a medically induced coma because brain damage risks, so we had to go to Russia. I still haven't been unbanned for the last pack we smoked. Jesus, okay. But let's get back to it. RT was central to Farage's entire media game. He said appearances in EU Parliament were clipped, uploaded, and amplified by the most powerful algorithm on YouTube. It's all fed into the Kremlin propaganda machine. Farage turns up once a month, and often what he talks about has been absolutely nothing to do with what's being discussed. You think what's going on, and then you realize it's got nothing to do with Parliament. It's just for social media output. Do you see a movement that isn't based in resentment and wanting to take power from villains as possible? And doesn't that desire necessarily isn't that desire necessary for creating a better country? It is necessary. I don't see it happening. The resentment is too strong. The only way that we get that, Jason Schoof, is if people do what I've been saying for over a year now. Like, go outside, talk to your neighbors, walk around your neighborhood, make friends with the fire department, make friends with the police, have people invest in human beings in their community and offline interaction. That is the only way you can ever build a movement that isn't based on resentment. Right now, people can't feel uncomfortable. People don't want to feel anything. They dissociate from it. He called those doctors cowards, yet he's the one who's scared of a cold turkey. He got brain damage from it. I regret to inform you that JB Peterson will not have the chance to clean the mess he's made in America's room. Yeah. Thoughts and witchcraft? Prayers? Yeah, me too. I agree. What were those witches? You know what? I'm not going to say that. That's going to get me in jail. Jesus Christ. I can't... Comedy is illegal now, unfortunately, y'all. Unfortunately, comedy is officially illegal. But what does it look like after that? Like, what does it look like after what I described of, like, how we get to a non-resentful movement? Or what does it look like after the current context? Because the current context ends with the enemy winning. Free speech is dead. People will die, and then the people who don't die will give up because it's hard. In the other end, they're going to win, and we have to build up a system for... Like, there's no other way now. I said this before. You either break the wheel before the election, or we spin it all the way around again. We are going to do feudalism, and then it's going to turn into capitalism again, liberalism again, and then from there we're going to move on. I don't see any other path. Now, it doesn't necessarily have to be that way, but I don't see any path out of where we are now that doesn't end with over 3 decades, at the very least, of constant struggle and death at the hands of political violence from the state. It's they've consolidated a lot of power. And none of it's being used right now. What does a movement based on people building community look like? It's built on cooperative engagement. It's built on the idea of a community movement based on people's needs is, if you need something, I help you. If I need something, you help me. If it's good for the community, it is good for the individual. If it is good for the individual, it is good for the community. It is creating parallel systems. Like I've often talked about, like this is, by the way, what the right did. This is the parallel systems. You create networks of like police, for example. Instead of calling 911, you create a group chat where it is designed to function as 911. You have a PDF with people's addresses in it, and any message in this chat means come to my house right the fuck now, I need help. You grow your food with your community. You like alternate whose house people are gonna hang out at when it's cold and you need a heater, or when it's hot when you need the air conditioning. And then from there, you grow. You include more like communities. You know, your cousin lives 2 towns over, and so like you bring a couple friends. You're like, hey, I'm gonna go hang out with my cousins. Y'all want to come with me and start talking to the neighbors over there? And then you spread that movement slowly from the ground up. We need a cultural revolution from the bottom up. It has to be the liberation of everybody or nobody. You have to liberate men, women, children, like religious groups, minorities. Everyone must be liberated, or nobody gets liberated. That's the only way forward. Like, anarchist tech support, that's just what I see happening. I don't think that that's necessarily, like, a rule. I don't think it has to happen. I just don't see us going a different path right now. Like, things can obviously change, but based on the current information and the current pathway, that seems to be where we're going to end up. For no particular reason, I'm going to reach out to some magic summoning ladies on Etsy. You guys are going to get me put in prison. That's okay. I don't mind. They can try me. I mean, they can take me. I don't care. Pro-Putin far-right parties in the EU Parliament are central to so much of the Kremlin's influence across Europe. Angela Merkel from Germany made a statement today saying that she thought it was insane that like the Baltic countries are supporting Russia. Angela Merkel was Russia's greatest weapon for Europe. She is the reason that Europe was dependent on Russian oil. She funded Russia through the Nord Stream project. Like, she is a Russian agent. That makes sense. I'm basically just wondering how the Cultural Revolution beats fascism, widespread sabotage of their crimes. Well, yeah. Like I've said before, right? If you're at a protest and there are 300,000 people and you're all gathered in one spot, they'll just keep gassing and shooting you. If you break up into 8 to 12 person groups and then start patrolling side streets in your groups, that makes it a whole lot more difficult for them to come for you, do their job, because there are many of you spread out. You can film them, you can sabotage what they're doing. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do when the movement is based in reality, when people trust each other and work together, and we're in a civil war. Like, the thing is, Jason Schoof, there's still time to do this, but I don't have much hope in it, unfortunately. Like, I'm not trying to sound doomer here. There is absolutely things that can be done. We theoretically could win, but it requires a lot of Americans to be willing to do that, and we don't have that. So, you know what? I'm gonna jump off of Russia. I don't really feel like talking about this today, but if you're curious, airports in Munich were closed over because of drone flights as well. Copenhagen, Oslo, they keep coming. Lithuania has cigarette smuggling balloons. I don't know what the fuck's going on over there. Like, it's a dead country, guys. It really is. We're not doing good at all. Give me a sec. Oh, well, I suppose some good news. Trump did say we might be we're actually that we already saw this one. He did a speech today talking about how he's okay with sending tomahawks to Ukraine, but he has to look into it, which I don't know what he has to look into because he specifically said that they should fire into like behind Russian lines. I don't know. These people don't even understand how these weapons work. I got told by one of my geo friends, like people who like do someone who tracks the Ukraine war for a living, that there are people out there being like, wait, how are they going to use these tomahawks? How can Ukraine launch them? Like, Ukraine has engineered air-to-air missiles into surface-to-air missiles, as well as like water-capable ones. They don't even have a fucking navy, so you know. So basically, you're probably going to dig up a lot of fascinating dirt if you look into Greg Locke's latest shitfuckery. Hey, now just keep up with Telltale Atheist or whatever he gets away with acknowledging. I don't even know who the fuck that is. When he says I'm going to look into it, that means it's not going to get done. No, see, this I think will get done because it makes us money, but also, here's an example. This is insane to me because I know that I'm right about what it is because it has not been reported in the news very much. A refinery, an oil refinery in Los Angeles is on fire. Now, who would want to blow up an American oil refinery? Is it potentially the country who keeps getting their oil refineries blown up by Ukraine? You know? And we're going to send them tomahawks? Do you think that this might be, hey, if you like do that, then we're going to do this? Yeah, no, of course it is. This is Russia did this. Russia attacked us. I don't know about the one in Canada. This one I blame on Russia. I'd have to see proof otherwise to change my claim. This one was in El Segundo. Like, they attacked us, y'all.
Tomahawk missiles to Ukraine or sell them to NATO and let them sell them to Ukraine.
Yeah, I've sort of made a decision, pretty much. You know, if you consider, yeah, I think I want to find out what they're doing with them.
Yes.
You know, where are they sending them, I guess? I'd have to ask that question. That war should never have started. What decision?
I don't want to be here when America gets its karma. You will be here. Guys, a man was found beheaded in a bathtub in his Staten Island home. So, that's where we're at as a country. Beheadings are happening now. Police think it might have been his 19-year-old son. I don't know. I don't know. What happened to this? USS Gerald Ford. Nothing. Guess that's fake. Sorry, I'm just looking at, like, catching up on what's happened while I've been streaming because there's always a bunch of news that starts coming out. Fine, that's fine, that's fine. We are starting to experience the karma already. Oh, yeah, we are. House, y'all. The call is coming from outside the house. Or inside the house. Small accounts tweet and still get zero. Like, this is what I feel like doing this because of the censorship and the exile. How many people have seen this today? 111. That's not that bad, I suppose. But I am often doing this anyway, because even if people hear, it's me talking to liberals, OMG, yeah? Yep. Oh, let's, what the fuck is this? Randy Fine?
There are 48 remaining hostages and 20 believed to be still alive and could be released within a few days that we hope and pray. Why has this taken so long?
Well, because you're dealing with evil. I think part of the problem that the left doesn't seem to understand is there is evil in this world.
Oh, we understand. Well, to be fair, we're the alt-left, so...
We are not one giant human family. We don't all share the same values. And frankly, some civilizations are superior to others. You know, we used to live in a time where there were civilizations that said it was okay to eat people or it was okay to sacrifice children. Well,
this is just straight up white supremacy. You mean the hostages? You mean the IDF soldiers and POWs? Literally, yes. And again, like, Israel's killed... sorry, like, there's no IDF soldiers because Israel kills them before they can get taken, Sylvie. There's, I think, one. But, yeah, Israel literally has the Hannibal directive to kill their own soldiers instead of risking capture. By the way, you're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that every single building here, as far as the eye can see, was housing Hamas? This is Gaza. That all of these buildings were housing Hamas. You expect me to believe this? You look at this and you can see that yes, there is hundreds of thousands of dead. Don't believe the official numbers. The estimates currently sit about 700. Last I saw it was about 5, but like I've seen it recently. I need to look more into that. It's probably over that too. They're insane. All right, let's have a look at our tech overlords, huh? Well, we can start with how this is going to affect education. I think that's pretty interesting. Hold on. Oh, cool, Nazis saying Nazi things. It is indeed the case that is, Nazis saying Nazi things. I'm trying to find like a longer video that I've wanted to show for a hot minute, but it is difficult because I have a few. Oh, actually, I've been wanting to talk about this fucker for a hot minute. We're gonna watch one video on education in America and what that is becoming. And then I want to talk about Australia for a hot second. So, here is tech in your schools. His real name is Owen Morgan. He's an independent journalist who excommunicated himself from Jehovah's Witnesses when he was very young. He spent years on heroin, became a secular addiction counselor. Based. Yes, this is my objective evidence when people claim that numbers are falsified or when that's moral war or Hamas, this shit and that. Google Maps Gaza, it's solid evidence that the IDF destroyed literally everything and everyone. My objective evidence is just Israeli media. You want to see? Hold on, let's do that. You know what? I actually should have done that first because we have pressing news coming out of there. I just forgot because I don't know, I'm an anti-Semite or some shit. I'm not, but you know. Let's see. You want proof that the Israelis are genocidal demons? I'll show you. They'll show you. Let's do that. Here we go. Here is the Israeli Innovation Minister, Gila Gamliel, talking about saying, quote, "We will make the West Bank uninhabitable until the population leaves and we'll do the same," we said to Gaza, and then we'll do the same in the West Bank. Yeah, Israeli media is proud of their crimes against humanity. Yeah.
אני רוצה להעיף אותם, להשמיד אותם עד האחרון בהם. את מי להשמיד? את תושבי עזה? כן, את הפלסטינאים, את כולם. מה אני רואה? אוקיי. אין בן אדם אחד, אין עץ אחד. אין בית אחד, ואם הייתי יכול את הדגים בים, הייתי מרעיל, אני אומר לך ככה, בסדר? כולם אויב שם. הילד שנולד שם אתמול ברפיח.
אז ראיתי שביבי נתניהו ביקש סליחה, אז אני רוצה להגיד תודה לחיילים שלנו שפוצצתם את הערבית.
אז זה לא תחזור להיות.
bitch said thank you to our soldiers for blowing up a hospital.
ככה עושים, ככה נלחמים. אין עליכם בעולם. שתדעו לכם, וואלה, רוב עם ישראל שולח לכם נשיקות וחיבוקים ואומר לכם תודה ענקית. כי אנחנו רוצים לכבוש, ואנחנו רוצים לנצח, ואנחנו רוצים להיות אסטרטגיים וחסרי רחמים מול האויב שלנו. אנחנו רוצים להתיישב בעזה, ובזכות חיילים כמוכם, עוד נעשה את זה. אשריכם ישראל, תודה רבה. תמשיכו.
These are demons.
ערבית. אז זה לא תחזור להיות משהו, ממש לא יהיה. חסל את הכל.
כוח, כוח ועוד כוח.
לא הם, לא אמא שלהם, לא הילדה שלהם, לא התינוקות שלהם.
אני לא נרדם טוב בלי שאני רואה בתים קורסים.
What the fuck? I can't go to sleep without watching homes in Gaza be destroyed. This is a host of Israeli news media. I can't go to sleep without watching Israeli homes being destroyed. Remember that the #1 English-speaking influencer in Israel talking about how he likes to go to clubs that have a monitor that show dying children while he's drinking and dancing at the club because it makes it better for him?
בתים קורסים בעזה.
אני משטחת את עזה. אין לי סנטימנטים.
אתם תמשיכו לרעוב, תמשיכו למות, הבתים שלכם ימשיכו להישרף.
תינוק שם הוא אויב. כיתה באלף הוא אויב.
No, they were actually just built on this ideology, not laws. It is impossible to be a Zionist and not be a Nazi. They are the same thing. You have to agree with Hitler to be a Zionist. It is literally anti-Semitic to be a Zionist. I just, like, earlier showed a protest in England between Hasidic Jews and Muslims standing together. And the Jews were holding up a sign saying, you cannot, like, Judaism forbids an Israeli state. So, you know.
אישה בהיריון הוא אויב.
אז אין סימטריה.
כיתה באלף הוא אויב.
The first grader is an enemy.
אישה
A pregnant woman is an enemy. There has not been a single day for I don't know how long anymore that my mind doesn't think about the destruction in Gaza. I just see it every day.
בהיריון הוא אויב.
אז אין סימטריה. והילדים בעזה, הילדים בעזה הביאו על עצמם.
The children of Gaza brought this upon themselves. These are fucking these are not human. This cunt is an animal.
לא נותרת אבן על אבן בעזה. עזה הופכת לדרזדן.
The Gaza needs to be turned into Dresden. You guys have already gone further than that. So essentially they just had free reign over the deep web all this time. Yeah.
עוד
Well, yeah.
עוד מגדלים.
להרוס ולהתקדם, להרוס ולהתקדם.
כמה שיותר גופות.
To be fair though, this is all Larry Ellis and Peter Thiel. So, you know. Like, they're the ones that produce the products that help them do this. These are literally demons. I would be curious to see what happens if you spilled holy water on them. Or, like, I don't know, sprinkled salt on them. Would their skin burn? Would they start smoking? I don't know.
תשמיד את עזה עכשיו! עכשיו!
This is literally them singing about wanting to do genocide. Here's this one too.
They will move. They will move. The Arabs will move. Why do you say that? If you don't get them, if you don't give them, we want.
Have we seen them talk to someone with a cross around their neck? Yeah, they hate Christians. Hold on. Are you gonna play? It was playing a second ago. Sure, why not? All right, hold on. I have another one. jank-ass Twitter, as always. As fucking always. There we go. That one. Here is a rabbi, actually two rabbis, saying all Christians should be killed.
Say this to our Christian friends, you know, just to call it as it is and say it straight out. You know, you guys are worshiping one Jew. That's a mistake. You should be worshiping every single one of us, because we all die for your sins every single day, and that's exactly what's going on here.
Yeah.
And then we got
the That is the godly thing to do. We respect one another.
The godly thing to do is to kill you.
The godly thing is to kill me.
That's right.
Yes?
That's what the Torah says.
The Torah says to kill us.
The Torah says that people who worship idols such as yourself, when there is a Sanhedrin,
to kill us.
Yes.
Okay.
That's what the Torah says.
So we know how the Jewish people feel about Christians, yes? That you discriminate against Christians.
Christians are idol worshippers.
You discriminate
the
against
Torah
Christians.
says that Christianity is idol worship.
So, if that answers your question about how they feel about Christians, that would be a way to do that. Let me try X cancel like you suggested, Captain Buggy, for the one of them spitting on and harassing. Nope. Doesn't like that. How about FX Twitter? Yes, that worked. This, I'll use knitter next time, Buncorn, thank you. What's happening here? These are Israelis harassing and insulting Christian tourists, abusing them, and telling them to leave. Knitter.net. Yeah, I saved it. I copied and pasted what you put out. But, like, this is what I mean by these are demons. Like, genuine fucking demons. They are inbred. Yeah, X cancel didn't even work, so, you know. Oh, by the way, Israel is spending $3.5 million to target American Christians for propaganda. Oh, by the way, as of October 4th, new Haaretz poll reveals that 82% of Israelis support the expulsion of Palestinians from Gaza, an explicit endorsement of mass ethnic cleansing. 82% of Israelis are openly in favor of ethnic cleansing. By fucking Haaretz, Israeli media. So, do with that information what you will. This is insane, by the way. Remember, these people are all a death cult. They want to end the world, like the Christian Zionists want Jesus to come back and kill all the Muslims and the Jews. The Jews think that they're gonna have their Jewish supremacy. This is what happens when religious psychosis takes hold. Here is an Israeli soldier trying to transfer his sins onto the chicken. This chicken is now responsible for genocide, rape, and child slaughter.
זאת כפרתי, זאת התרנגולת, תלך להיות פולקה של החיילים, חס וחלילה, בוא נאכיל אותה.
Well, yeah, Jason Schoof, the IDF is literally that. You're forced to get indoctrinated for the IDF.
שרקי יזכה חיים טובים ובריאים, וכל החיילים פה, בעזרת השם, זכות התרנגולת, תחזרו הביתה בשלום. שם מהגג יש עוד שתי, זאת התרנגולת, תלך להיות פולקה של החיילים, חס וחלילה, בוא נאכיל אותה. שרקי
I could not make this up.
וכל החיילים פה, בעזרת השם.
Medieval medicine type shit, we are all returning to peasant brain at an alarming rate. Poor chicken, or at least they're going to eat it? No, they're probably going to kill it and then throw it in the ground because they transferred their sins. If they eat it, then they're going to take their sins back. By the way, you know there's like a bunch of Americans still being held in Israel? All of the other flotilla members got released. They were all horribly abused. We'll talk about that in a second. 3 Americans, I believe, got released, but a bunch haven't. And I don't know why. The only explanation is that America doesn't want them released. Fucking weaponized, organic-sized religion. Yeah. By the way, Israeli media confirmed the reports of the horrific ways that Greta Thunberg was specifically treated. They were all brutalized and abused, but they went extra hard on Greta. She was held in a cell infested with bed bugs. She was provided no food, like insufficient food. They were told to drink water from the toilets. They were beaten, dragged by their hair. They were tied up. They were forced to pose for photos while holding or wrapping or kissing an Israeli flag. So, you know, there's all that. And there's still a bunch of Americans being held in Israeli prisons. You have committed crimes against Israel and her people. What say you in your defense? That was a good one, Oxbacker. That was really good. Bakaw? I don't think the sin transfer is backed up with the chicken scripture. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. It's a death cult. I can't explain it to you any more than I could explain like ISIS or the Christian Zionists. They just want to die really badly. I'm currently dealing with a bedbug situation. Bedbugs suck. Oh yeah, bedbugs suck. While back, like years and years and years ago, I was living in somewhere in America, and I lived in an apartment building, and I was on like the 3rd floor, and it was just like my apartment, and then the stairs downstairs, and then my neighbor's apartment, and that's it. Like the 2 apartments on this floor. My neighbor got bed bugs. And then my house was fucking infested. Like instantly. And then so was everyone else in the building. Like within like 3 days, the whole building was infested. I had to go live in a hotel for like 2 weeks while they fumigated it. It was insane. Fuck bed bugs. But let's listen to what the Israelis did to the flotilla members. By the way, there's another flotilla headed on the way, which is good. And by the way, even though the flotillas didn't make it to shore, they were successful because they distracted the IDF long enough that Palestinians were able to go fishing. They got food that day. The flotilla didn't show up, but the Palestinians got to go fishing. They got to feed themselves. So it was successful. The idea that they think torturing Greta will scare other people from coming is crazy. Like Peter Thiel called her the Antichrist, Jason Schuf. He called Greta Thunberg the Antichrist.
There was cheering and chanting from a crowd of supporters as activists from the Gaza flotilla were repatriated to Portugal. Many spoke of mistreatment they received while in detention in Israel, alleging psychological and physical torture. Israel's foreign ministry has described the claims as, quote, brazen lies.
We saw some comrades being beaten, and we witnessed some of that happening. We were handcuffed for several hours and provoked by the Israeli authorities. We were then placed in actual cages.
The Gaza flotilla consisted of 45 boats seeking to break Israel's naval blockade of Gaza and deliver a symbolic amount.
True, Captain Buggy, but they probably already know.
Of aid. Starting last Wednesday, Israeli forces intercepted the global Sumud flotilla in international waters, taking around 450 activists to detention in Israel.
Yes, detention. Literally, they got thrown into a dungeon, beat, made to drink toilet water, and like paraded around, made to pose with Israeli flags with their hands tied. They made Greta Thunberg kiss an Israeli flag. God knows how much they were fucking beating her while they did.
Swedish activist Greta Thunberg was among those detained, and according to those imprisoned alongside her, singled out for mistreatment. Other allegations include the withholding of essential medicine from detainees.
A 75-year-old colleague was asking for insulin for 3 days, and officers said they didn't have medicines for animals in jail.
they're not human. They're demons. I am at the point where the entire state of Israel needs to be dismantled. Period. I'm at the there cannot be an Israel. The state of Israel has to be dismantled. There cannot be one. Period. These are not humans anymore.
Their Mexican colleague was asking for medicine for cardiac disease, saying it was urgent. They said it could only be urgent when her heart stopped.
Israel began deporting members of the flotilla on Friday. Flights have taken place to countries including Spain, Portugal, Italy, and Tunisia. Over the weekend, there was a wave of protests in support of the flotilla activists and against the war in Gaza.
Again, Americans are still being kept there. I don't think our government wants to let them out because they're not responding to calls saying, hey, get these people out. Get them out. This is bad. Get them out. Beyond that, look at this. This was shared by Marjorie Taylor Greene on Facebook. Quote, this is my 84-year-old sister after she was attacked by federal agents in front of ICE building in Portland. This was her text. I don't know if this actually, no, sorry, I don't know if this is Marjorie Taylor Greene or Marjorie, Greene. I don't know if these are the same person. Ironically, Israeli citizens would be safer living in a diaspora. Oh, absolutely. We are home now. We marched from the park to ICE. Very peaceful crowd. We were standing around ICE. Feds rushed us in a phalanx, pushed us down, sprayed us with chemicals. I was hit in the head with a projectile. Lots of medical folks surrounded me, bleeding all over. Couldn't find Richard in the gas. I'm okay, but this was so unprovoked. So unprovoked. She said 4 Portland police officers came to her and were very caring. They were not allowed to engage and have to watch from across the street. An MSNBC photographer said he had been documenting these unprovoked attacks, but the ICE agents recognized him now and block him. She's fine, just furious. She encouraged me to post this incident on Facebook and spread the word. Yes, people have to know that the feds are attacking people with no provocation whatsoever. Many people, our age, neighbors, etc. Please share. Guys, old people, your grandparents, ironically, are going to be one of the least brainwashed groups in the country right now. The boomers that generally we would shit on, they don't use enough social media to be as brainwashed. We can flip them. You saw in the UK about a month ago in the big protest that was called terrorism by the UK government, that they were arresting a bunch of seniors doing a sit-in. It was all seniors. And we need that. And a good way to I've talked about this before, but a lot of seniors will want to do it if you frame it correctly. In that video, they were talking about we had a good life and the young kids now, their life is being destroyed. We need to put ourselves at risk so they don't have to. We've lived our life. That's what they say. The boomers around me are the worst about social media though. They're the general vibe is what I mean. Not all of them, obviously. There are some that are too deep, but a lot of boomers just don't like scrolling. My parents knew it was up. Yeah. But this is them brutalizing, unprovoked, elderly, white Americans. And thank you, Anonymous, for finally agreeing with me. I've been saying this for ages. In Middle East terms, MAGA are the ISIS of Christianity. They are trying to build a MAGA fate and are being funded by Israel, Russia, and Saudi Arabia. This is true. This is true. Police with no faces, the new U.S., the country of brave liberty and freedom. Yeah. You have to fight for freedom. Freedom's never handed to you, and it never will be. It just won't be. You guys want to see some insane shit? This is what happens to the liberals who really don't like actually the left at all when your country is becoming radicalized by Nazis. Here's Drew Pavlu, who went on an anti-Semitic white national podcast, which was also hosted by Graham Campbell, who opposed sanctions on apartheid South Africa and created the Australia First Party, now led by neo-Nazi Jim Saleen. This is the host of the podcast, Drew went on. Judas was the 12th most trustworthy Jew God can find in all of the world. That's what really makes you think. Shut up, Jew. No more false flags. No more Jewish trickery. Like, this is the guy. This was a liberal. He's gone on to attack, like, the left regularly. This is insanity. Very disappointing to see Gerard Rennick supporting Hamas in Iran and Russia, thinking that they are a cool thing. The only path to genuine resistance, genuine world peace, is continuing to spend on the acts of resistance. Well, unfortunately, all three in this picture are not great. All of them are not great. We have been cooked by Russian propaganda for over a decade now. Like, over a full decade. Because all of the anti-Semitism comes from Russia. All of it. This is what I've been trying to tell people for years. Much of the anti-Semitic and anti-Islam online rhetoric and public campaigns actually originate from Russia. The Russia disinformation campaign Doppelganger focused heavily on this after the Hamas terrorist attack October 7th. Russia-aligned groups are constantly recruiting and training people for these hybrid operations. Their goal is to divide European populations and pave the way for populist political movements that, not surprisingly, also happen to be pro-Kremlin. And this is why it works. The Nazis whose dad hates him, yes, that is exactly what happened, yeah. Serbian police have arrested 11 people for Islamophobic and anti-Semitic attacks in France, designed to convince French Muslims and French Jews to blame each other and exacerbate ethnic tensions inside France. They allegedly acted on behalf of Russia. This is literally what Firaj, what was his name? Andrew Tate, Elon Musk, and Tommy Robinson's job is. That is what they're doing. They are exactly this. They are paid by Russia to convince, like, English Muslims, English Jews, and English Christians to all hate each other and to exacerbate ethnic tensions to open the door for a populist movement that will be pro-Russia, which is Reform, who, by the way, is up 20 points. So the UK is really, really fucking cooked. It's not looking good. Oh, also, I don't know if this is AI or not, but it's cool.
Oye, eso es
I hope this isn't AI. Like, realistically, there could just be a sandbar, so, you know, that would be fine, but what the fuck is, what do you know about Jesus? Really? Ultimate punter? What do you, like, you're an alcoholic meth addict. Shut the fuck up. No one cares what you think. Alright, let's talk about AI in schools. Because we're getting hella dumb. And there's a reason for it.
Decades, the world's biggest tech companies have been selling a vision of the future directly to American schools.
We've got this device or this program or this app.
The future is digital.
Where their products are supposed to bring education into the 21st century.
It's an incredible value proposition for schools.
It's going to make your kids smarter and make your teachers happier and streamline all your processes and so on.
But underneath the hype is a disturbing trend. Take a look at this graph. On the test known as the nation's report card, scores have been declining since 2012. Around the same time, tech companies began selling personal devices to American classrooms at scale.
This is a massive, uncontrolled experiment.
Kids are learning less, their thinking is far more shallow.
There
67% less brain connectivity when using AI, according to studies, on average.
Have been some winners in all of this. Companies like Google have seen enormous success getting their products in front of a young audience with a lifetime of buying ahead of them.
Even if you got this Chromebook free now, you're...
Shit, alright, we got actual other news. This is terrible, but you guys remember how the government shutdown means that air traffic controllers aren't getting paid? right? Well, this is what happens. Medical helicopter crashes onto a highway in Sacramento, California. Several injuries. This was 45 minutes ago. I hope you don't plan to go on a flight anytime soon, cause that's what happens when there's no air traffic controllers being paid. As is tradition, true. Look, all I know is under woke DEI, the planes were not falling out of the sky. So
You're a customer for life.
Ahead of them.
Even if you got this Chromebook free now, you're a customer for life.
Why did we allow schools to become Silicon Valley profit centers?
We talked to teachers, parents, and experts about how the tech industry invaded American schools, what their real motivations are, and the impact on students. Because now big tech has launched a new push to disrupt education again using.
I don't know if it was an air traffic controller problem, Jason Schoof, but it could be. It just could be. Who the fuck knows at this point? A medical helicopter crashing is flying tomorrow again. Hype. Could you just fly out of the country instead, Buncor? That'd be great. And all of you as well. All of you should fucking leave. Mostly because I'm poor. Yeah, there's that aspect too. And they're making you poorer.
The same playbook. And this time, the technology is even more untested.
My name is Kirsta Bowman. I teach band, music technology, and choir. I'm teaching band, and kids are each supposed to have an instrument like a trumpet or a clarinet or a flute. And I look up and I have a trumpet player with their Chromebook open. They're trying to hack Roblox. And then I have a flute player trying to watch a K-pop drama on her Chromebook. If I put them away, kids will come in, where's the Chromebooks? Where's the Chromebooks?
In 2011, Google launched a new product with a lot of hype.
When you run Chrome OS on notebooks, you end up with a very different, unique experience. We call those.
What the fuck? I'm trying to focus on this, but I just keep finding more and more and more horrific, weird shit. Alright, this I don't know how to explain. Hold on. I rarely have something I don't know how to explain. Terrified Curtis Yarvin plans to flee the country. The Dork Enlightenment Guru says the Trump administration is failing to go full authoritarian. I feel that I personally have to start thinking realistically about how to flee the country. The second Trump revolution, like the first, is failing. It's failing because it deserves to fail. It is failing because it spends all of its time patting itself on the back. It is failing because its true mission, which neither it nor still less its supporters understand, is still far beyond its reach as algebra is beyond a cat. Because the vengeance meted out after its failure will dwarf the vengeance after 2020. Because the success of the second revolution are so much greater than the first, I feel that I personally have to start thinking about realistically about how to flee the country. Everyone else in a similar position should have a 2029 plan as well. That is not even clear that it will wait till 2029. Losing. Okay. This is a psyop. What? My palm hurts? Face got hit too hard? Yeah, no, I don't get it. If Yarvin was smart, he would stick it out. He might still get his wish. Well, Yarvin is not smart. So, you know, I don't know what he's doing. This sounds like a fucking op. When you see clips of mass DHS goons hauling off some equally masked anarchist, you may be tempted to cheer. Don't. Yes, charges will be filed. No, it will not harm the anarchist. It will make his day, his year, maybe his life. All of the money and power in the world will be at his defense. He will not even need to lift a finger to organize his own lawyers, much less pay them. In the end, as with many of the BLM rioters, he will probably be compensated with taxpayer funds. God, I fucking wish. Yeah, but an op for what? That's what I'm trying to understand. This is weird for me. Anarcho-capitalist Silicon Valley tech fascists piss me off the most. Oh yeah, well they should all get launched into the sun. So, you know, like not into the sun, but to orbit it in a spaceship. Elon would like that, you know? They are constantly high, but like, don't attribute this to nonsense. This means something. Like we've talked about before, how these people communicate. There are Russian bots and agents that communicate by comments with keywords and shit. There's more to this than meets the eye. Because he's talking about this. I get it. This whole post is about how the right is failing to consolidate, which they're not. It's trying to get the left to be like, oh, it's an opportunity, let's take the opportunity, and then them use it against us. I don't think that he's being serious here. I think that he's lying, because they always lie. Every word is a lie. Here, I'll give you the post. You can read it for yourself. I'm going to read this after stream because this is fascinating. And these people thinking like tears. So, and that too, they're not even the ones inventing this shit. They just co-op breakthroughs. They have low intelligence, mediocre skills on their own. Oh, absolutely. Well, a couple of them are smart. They're just not human. Elon Musk is the dumbest man on the planet. Like, actually, he is the dumbest man on the planet. So, there's that, but, like, I don't understand any other possible context for Yarvin saying, I want to leave under the current circumstances without it being a psyop. Oh, by the way, this is what they're doing to you in Portland now. See me rolling. Hey! I'm gonna get copyrighted for that, like, immediately. Of course I am. They're just gonna drag you away. Stop calling us fascists as they beat you, yeah. True.
You know, Portland is on fire. Portland's been on fire for years.
Portland.
At all. Thank you so much, though. Thank you. We're fine here in Portland, Trump.
Yes, many a fire. Is this the lucky daddy boy that got the money from Daddy's Blood Emeralds? Yes, that is that one. Teal is the one who went to the last school on Earth that greets each other with Heil Hitler. So there's that. The first EF5 tornado to hit the U.S. in over a decade hit North Dakota. I did see that. I kind of want to finish this AI tech companies and school video for More Perfect Union, though. There's a lot coming out here. Look into all this.
Chromebooks.
At first, the Chromebook was kind of a flop. By design, it had fewer features than a regular laptop, limited to what you could do on Google Chrome. Early reviews panned it, and sales weren't great, but Google did have one advantage with the Chromebook.
Chromebooks are very inexpensive.
By the end of 2011, some Chromebook models were selling for as little as $300, much cheaper than other laptops on the market. Google started marketing these cheaper alternatives to schools and teachers.
We hope, this model will help more schools take the leap.
This Chromebook has everything a teacher could need.
They knew to go to teachers and get...
Convenience is a weapon.
Teachers and then their districts to serve as ambassadors.
It just took our walls and blew them away. These machines can go anywhere. We have now just gone citywide, statewide. It gives us the power of the entire Google team. It's almost like Google is part of our team now.
By 2016, Chromebooks made up more than half of the 13 million devices purchased by US schools. But the Chromebook was only one part of the push to get more tech into schools that has completely reshaped the classroom.
I can't do this. This feels so normal when this is what's happening on the streets. Like, we are at fucking war. My God, I hit the button. My button's broken. All right. Right here. This shit is broken. I hit the button and it don't work. It don't work. What's he big mad about? He's calling Mamdani a terrorist. They're gonna kill Mamdani. They're gonna try to at the very least. Chris Devontae, oh yeah, my dad bought a Chromebook by mistake and he thought it was a Windows laptop and it was on sale, turned out it's a cell phone and a laptop shell. To be fair, like any tech, like any computer that you get in America is a backdoor for the government anyway. It is literally illegal to produce chips for your computer that don't have a backdoor for the government. If you have anything made after, what is it, 2008? You're compromised already. Like the Intel management engine is a fucking massive thing on its own. It's actually a problem that the government wants to fix too. It's how the NSA spied on everyone for years, but they don't know how to fix it. Okay, that one's really funny. They have spyware on the kernel level. They already admitted this due to when CPU shipped to China. Yeah, no, like it is by law. The spyware has to be built in to American chips, by law, all of them. Even if you want to get like a Raspberry Pi, that still has a back door to the government. You have to go get an Orange Pi, which has a chip that's manufactured outside of the United States. It is incredibly annoying and tedious to keep the government out of your fucking computer. So, you know.
And not necessarily for the better. To understand why, we need to go beyond the marketing pitch and look at the industry's real motivations.
It includes the companies that are providing the technologies, and it also includes investors that influence what the companies do.
The industry is known as EdTech. Over the past 2 decades, EdTech has exploded as an industry. It includes everything from the devices that kids learn on, to what they're learning, how teachers give quizzes and plan lessons, and so on. Google is one example of that.
It provides the Google Workspace for Education and Google Classroom, and then all of the other services like YouTube and Search.
The EdTech market in the US has more than tripled since 2012, and it's expected to grow by more than $100 billion in the next 10 years. One big reason for the growth is how tech companies seized the opportunity when COVID shut down classrooms.
The tech industry, particularly Google and Microsoft, really presented tech as the solution for schools, to the exclusion of other options like outdoor learning.
Chromebook sales worldwide more than doubled during the pandemic, mostly because of how many schools were buying the devices. But the devices have stuck around.
It was successfully translated into a new normal because now it's assumed that schools will be using a lot of technology.
They're expected to do all of this work on.
So we're not even teaching kids to learn shit anymore. Okay. Look, I don't think you need to see any more than that. We are turning school into a worse indoctrination factory. That's basically it. That is basically it. By the way, Nick Sorter is trying to incite violence. Could a group of pro-freedom lefty resistance programmers create resistance firmware and drivers that break or block the back doors? No, it's on the hardware level. Basically, there's a separate operating system running 24/7 on your chip. Like it's a different chip. It has its own CPU. It's connected. It boots before everything else. You know what? I have a good video on this. We'll switch to that because that'll be more interesting and useful. Funny thing, Huawei, whose name almost translates directly to work cooperative, now commits more code to Linux kernel than anyone else, based. How does one learn to learn better? By doing, by practicing, by activity. It's cool. I don't want to say no. Like, this is my stream. I'm just pulling up shit to talk about right now because I don't want to talk about Europe and Russia today. And to be fair, like, this is a big stress for me right now because I have to flip my entire operating system to Linux by October 14th. But that's difficult because I have to find one that will, like, a distro that will work with my NVIDIA GPU, which will like not do some fucky shit with my OBS, that my mic and my camera all cooperate with. I also have a local AI that I run, that I'm building. Really, I'm not really running it yet. It is not ready. I'm building Temu Palantir, alright? So, like, I need to find a Linux distro that will not break. So that's going to be fun. I also don't actually use Linux, so I'll have to learn how to use Linux a bit more as well, and it's going to be a pain. But let's talk about the Intel management engine. Just use Ubuntu LTS, like, don't overcomplicate it. I was thinking about Linux Mint Bunt Core, but yeah, okay, cool. I was on the right track then.
Imagine this. You're sitting at your desk, staring at your laptop, and you think you're alone, but
my second computer runs Kicksecure and then Unix and then VMs into Windows. So, you know, sounds like you want to jump to Arc. Don't stop at Mint because you're already advanced user. I'm not an advanced user. I'm not. Like, I've never properly used Linux before. I have it set up on my laptop, but I don't use my laptop right now. And this computer is my stream computer. So I need this one to be not complicated. Because I want to kind of switch to a different setup where I do more research on the other one. Tech support, yeah, but she is also easily broken by tech. Yeah, look, I had to learn on the spot, all right? I didn't know how to do any of this shit until like 3 months ago where my internet broke and my ISP said, I don't know, we'll buy you a third-party router, here, you fix it. And then I had to learn how to do all that. Oh no, I still have to add cubes onto it. Anarchist tech support. Unix and cubes is the way to go. The issue with Unix and cubes is if you're going to go on Tor, Tor has gotten rid of OS spoofing. So if you're on Unix and cubes, you're easily found because there's like 3 people who use Unix and cubes, which is why you have to VM into Windows so that you don't get caught by the lack of OS spoofing. Like, not caught, rather. Like, you're not doing anything bad. It's just more just tracked. I do think that it should not be illegal to have privacy and anonymity when you're not doing anything wrong.
you're not. Because deep inside that machine, there's something else. A second computer, invisible, untouchable, undeniably watching you. It runs its own operating system, uses its own network connection, and sits beneath your antivirus, your firewall, and even your BIOS. This isn't some hacker's back door. It's not malware. It was put there on purpose by Intel.
Anarchist tech support and Bun, you guys are gonna need to help me out, because this is beyond my experience level. I can give you guys an understanding of how this works. Doing it myself is difficult without instructions. I have like a fuckload of resources. I mean, when I set up my network, I was looking through like 50 PDFs and cheat sheets, but it's a pain in the ass.
In 2008, Intel began quietly installing software called
Jason Schoof, there's no way around it because like every single chip manufacturer in the United States is required to do this. If your chips come from America or with any American company that will sell these in America, they have a backdoor. So, like, you can't. Yeah. Again, like, you can get an orange pie, and maybe that's it. That's as far as I know. That's about it. If you can get some Chinese chips, maybe?
the Intel Management Engine, or IME, on virtually every CPU it sold. They said it was for remote management, tech support, diagnostics, patching, nothing to worry about. But security researchers soon realized something far more disturbing. This wasn't just a helper tool, it was a fully independent computer. Inside your computer, it has its own processor, it runs its own operating system, a modified version of Minix, and it doesn't need your permission to do anything.
Can the backdoor be accessed remotely? Yes. And it loads in before you're operating. Like, you can't see it because it's before your operating system. It's before your hard drive, even.
Even when your laptop is off, the Intel management engine is still on. And here's the kicker. Not even your operating system, not Windows, not Linux, not Mac OS, can see what it's doing. Imagine a ghost inside your machine that can silently read your files, monitor your keystrokes, capture your screen, and even send data over the internet. IME can do all of that. It can access your RAM, your hard drive, your keyboard, your mouse, and your network without a single process showing up in Task Manager. And you can't remove it. If you try, your CPU won't boot because Intel hardwired it into the boot process. Even worse, it has direct access to your Ethernet port, meaning it can bypass your operating system completely and talk to the internet directly. Antivirus can't see it, firewalls can't block it, and patches don't apply unless Intel gives them to manufacturers, who then have to push them to you, which they usually don't. In 2017, Intel confirmed a devastating bug in the management engine. It allowed attackers to gain full control remotely. This wasn't just some academic risk, it affected millions of machines, and it wasn't the last. Other exploits followed, and researchers even demonstrated a keylogger built entirely within the Intel ME framework. What made these vulnerabilities so terrifying wasn't just that they were allowed, it was that you'd never know if you were infected. No pop-ups, no system slowdowns, no logs, just a quiet ghost watching you from the inside. This is where things go from creepy.
This is similar to how you bypass anti-cheat when being silly in video games, especially kernel level ones like Fortnite and Valorant. I've never done that, so I wouldn't know.
Creepy to conspiratorial. After enough outcry, it came to light that the NSA, yes, that NSA, had quietly asked Intel to provide versions of its CPU without the management engine, for governmental use only.
So basically, we need you to remove the spyware from the chips that you're going to give to us, but keep them in for everyone else. You basically are giving this access to whoever built it? Yeah, basically, yeah.
Intel didn't disclose this, neither did the NSA. Researchers only found out when they discovered firmware flags designed to disable IME, flags not available to the public. That's when speculation exploded. Was this thing a backdoor? Was Intel, knowingly or not, giving government a secret way to access any computer in the world? Today, the Intel management engine is still in most of your modern CPUs. If you own a Windows laptop, maybe even some MacBooks and Linux workstations, it's there. You can't see it, you can't stop it, and you probably never will. Some companies like Purism and System76 are fighting back by creating systems that attempt to neutralize or disable IME. But for hundreds of millions of machines...
Like, even the NSA wants this gone right now. It's a huge fucking problem because it is a massive security risk to everybody involved. So, you know, the tech fuckers just destroyed everything. They really, really did. Any of you have a Google Pixel? Because
when it comes to smartphones, I generally recommend Android.
Shut up. You should buy a Google Pixel, but not the newest one. Hang on, wouldn't this allow the NSA to monitor other governments that use any computer? Yes. Jason Schoof, yes. And they've used that for over a decade. Whoever thought it was a good idea was an absolute idiot. Well, I mean, it was good for the NSA until it was out. Graphene OS? Yep. Now, I need a fucking Pixel. I really, really need a Pixel. I would sell my Samsung and trade it in for one if I could get enough, but I am broke as fuck. Especially with Twitch gone. Hopefully, when I jump back on Twitch, I'll get some money. Because it's my birthday. The day after I get unbanned. Which is, when? When's my birthday? Tuesday, next week for you guys. Snowden doc showed proof the NSA was doing this like a decade ago. Yeah, this was all used in Prism. Exactly. Now look, if you don't want the feds in your phone, and you have a Google Pixel that isn't the most recent one, do that. It would probably take an entire government program that provide you with either a rebate or replacement for the chip board you had to turn in, so it's never going to happen. No, they would never do that. They would just recommend you go buy a new one. Would you recommend nothing phone? I would recommend no phone at all. Your phone is a great way to track you. The fact that you have a phone number, first of all, that's essentially your ID number, your phone number. That's why they ask you to enter a phone number when you sign up for anything. It's because it directly ties you to your identity. Your phone is filled with things like a gyroscope. When you wake up in the morning and your phone is on your bedside table and it rings because it's your alarm. First off, the fact that you set an alarm for that time, that data is like given to them. You pick your phone up. The movement is now registered. You close the alarm and you lay in bed and you scroll for a little bit, or you get up and you move around. All of that information goes right back to, like Samsung in this case, and then gets fed to AI. Censor me saying my phone might be compatible with Graphene OS. Can you send it to me on Discord, please, Jet? I will forget. We also install malware into some damn Brazil. I mean, we did that in fucking Iran too. The Pixel 10 keeps promising a device tree on GitHub users because it's open source, but no, Google won't pony up for the details. You know, Australia's new social media law in December is going to make it so you have to give your ID to use GitHub. They're counting GitHub as social media. Oh, by the way, Bun, you're the only person I trust for this. Can you compile a list of shit that I need from GitHub to get it now before they make it so you have to ID yourself? They also have fingerprinting that is done as a regular practice for gyro data. That too. Yep. Like, the fact that you're moving around, how fast you walk, all of that, yeah. They're going after GitHub, yet well, they're counting it as social media. So under 16s will not be allowed on GitHub in Australia, but you will have to verify your age. And guess what? I never got a response from that cybersecurity or AI minister about the significantly better, more durable, cheaper, safer, and non-national security risk method that I proposed for the ID verification instead of the dumb shit that they're doing. But of course it won't make them money, so you know. The way I handle my phone will probably confuse the shit out of AI? No, it wouldn't. They would learn. It's because you get free shit from it, specifically because of the free shit. Well, also because people use GitHub to get like tools to avoid censorship, to avoid tracking. Unless it's a Pixel, it's either something like Graphene OS is specific to a Pixel. It has to be. But if you can get a Pixel, not the newest one, you can do a lot. Cops fucking hate this phone.
Android, not because they provide better privacy and security, I think that title actually goes to iOS when compared to vanilla Android, but the real reason I recommend it, especially on a Google Pixel, is because of the fact that the OS is less locked down in that implementation. You can gain root access to your device and modify any of the system files, and you can de-Google your phone, which means removing every single pre-installed Google service from it, giving you much better privacy. And you can even swap out the entire operating system for something different without having to leave the bootloader unlocked. But imagine if just having a Google Pixel phone resulted in you getting harassed by your local police, because the moment they see you answer a call or send a text on it, they assume that you must be a criminal attempting to contact your fellow criminal associates. Well, this is actually the reality right now in Catalina. The national police there have been ramping up their war on drugs, and in the age of smartphones, most of this
They're not coming for GitHub in America yet, but I'm sure they will if they, like, what they do here, what they do in the UK comes to America.
Warfare is conducted in the digital space by the police conducting mass online surveillance of people and even attempting to hack into suspects and their associates.
Remember, right now, we also have the issue of Pegasus and Graphite, the Israeli hacking tools that were given to the United States federal government to use to hack into your phone, which makes end-to-end encryption useless because it is client-side scanning. It is scanning everything on your phone far before you ever send it out. It's just Git has a protocol that has a near infinite amount of censorship bypass tools. I don't know how to use Git. I haven't used it. You'll have to teach me. I've never used my phone around a police officer. Probably good. It doesn't matter. Oh, because I have a Pixel? Yeah, no, probably good. If you have a Pixel, get Graphene OS. Like, this shit is good.
Devices with malware. So, of course, the unlicensed pharmaceutical distributors in Catalina started stepping up their digital security.
I really, 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 really love the description of pharmacists.
Pharmaceutical distributors and
unlicensed pharmaceutical distributors. I fucking love that. Very lawyer coded.
Catalina started stepping up their digital security by using encrypted communication apps and even going so far as to install Graphene OS on their Pixel phones. Now, in case you didn't know, Graphene OS is a custom ROM that you can install pretty much just exclusively on Pixel phones, which improves the privacy and security of that Android implementation from the bottom up. And frankly, it creates one of the most secure smartphones that a civilian can easily get in their hands. Way more private and secure than even an iPhone. Graphene OS also provides a lot of tracking mitigations by limiting.
I didn't even know who this was. Destiny fan? Ugh. No, whatever. Libs are libs. Unlicensed pharmaceutical distributors goes hard. It really does. I need to go find, like, I don't know, someone who's willing to trade a fucking Pixel for a Samsung.
The fingerprinting capability of apps, and Graphene OS is completely de-Googled. So a lot of that tracking information from things like Google Maps, Google Chrome, the Google search engine that police agencies around the world rely on to track people just isn't available if you're using Graphene OS. There's lots of granular settings to control what apps are able to access on your phone, and Graphene OS provides dozens of user profiles that you can use to further separate what data your apps have access to. And law enforcement are particularly frustrated with Graphene OS's mitigations against both consensual and non-consensual data extractions. Now, I don't really know much about this country's laws or how their law enforcement operates, but here in the United States, if you're arrested, or even if you're detained for an investigation by the police, there's a good chance that they're going to want to go through your phone if they think that it contains any evidence of a crime. And like I said, we're in a digital age, so obviously a lot of criminals are using their phones in the process of doing crime. Now, with a consent-based search, as it's called, the police are going to ask you to enter the code on your phone and unlock it for them. But of course, if you have thumbprint unlock or Face ID enabled, then
never, ever, ever fucking use biometrics.
There's a good chance that the police can force you to unlock the phone that way by just scanning your face or maybe getting your fingerprint if you're in handcuffs. But if you don't have biometrics and you refuse to unlock your phone, then the police are going to seize it from you and probably arrest you as well. And back at their headquarters or in a mobile forensic unit, they're going to connect your phone to a device that's going to attempt to hack into it and extract all of the data from your phone, and then they'll be able to see everything that you had on it. Now, the success of this data extraction mostly relies in keeping the phone in its after first
Those were cat paws.
unlock or AFU mode. This is the setting that phones are pretty much always in unless you power them off or you reboot the phone. And in this state, in the AFU state, the decryption keys for your phone's file system are saved in its RAM. And so with Cellbrite's hacking tools that they provide to law enforcement, they're able to, most of the time, recover that data from...
Why do you think we don't get lawsuits about like the government trying to convince Apple to unlock a phone or something anymore? Because they don't need it.
Most phone models that are in the AFU mode. But once a device is rebooted, and then before the PIN code is put into it, the phone is in what's called before first unlock, or BFU mode. Biometric unlock usually gets disabled in BFU mode, and the encryption keys are not saved into the device's RAM, so the attack surface is much smaller, and typically the only way to reliably get data off a phone in this mode is to guess the PIN. And the secure element that's in more modern smartphones makes that brute forcing process much, much harder. Graphene OS has a feature that automatically reboots your phone every 18 hours enabled by default, which puts it into the before first unlock mode. Newer versions of vanilla Android also have a similar feature, but it's not enabled by default, and I think when you do enable it by default, it only reboots your phone every...
None of that stuff that matters. The idea here is any of the enterprise OSs are built for law enforcement to be able to break into.
And you haven't gone out of your way to turn off that security setting, then the police are going to have 18 hours at best to try and hack into your phone and try to extract the encryption keys from RAM before it reboots, and then this process becomes pretty much impossible. Graphene OS also disables USB-C connections and data transfers from new devices until the phone is unlocked and the connection is allowed. So those mitigations would also have to be bypassed before the Cellbrite can even start trying to hack into Graphene. Now for the...
There's a reason they fucking hate this.
So-called consensual data extractions, where you give up your phone password to the police or unlock it for them, possibly under duress, Graphene OS has a mitigation for that, which is very appropriately called duress PIN. Essentially, this is a secondary PIN that you can enter on the unlock screen that will wipe your device and any eSIMs that are installed into it. And
it has the kill switch. They're like, you're unlock your phone or we're gonna shoot you in the face. Put in that one. Phone's empty. Nothing there. It's gone.
If you do use fingerprint unlock, then Graphene OS limits the number of attempts to 5. So you have a much better chance of doing 5 false unlocks, like using the wrong fingers, or maybe if you've got your hands behind your back and police are trying to force you to unlock it, you can, either present the wrong finger or maybe just mess it up enough to get it to disable fingerprint unlock and then require the PIN. Whereas in vanilla Android, I think you get 20 or so attempts, so yeah, obviously 5 is going to be much more secure. The multi-profile feature also allows you to log into one profile without decrypting any data for another. So you could have a decoy profile that doesn't have any sensitive data on it that you unlock instead.
You do this on a computer too. Like, this is why this OS is fantastic. You can put it on other phones, it just doesn't have all of the functionality unless it's on a Pixel.
As a way to comply with a warrant or, comply with your password being requested under duress without actually giving up any incriminating evidence. However, if the phone does end up getting rebooted, then the admin profile actually does need to be logged into before any other profile can be logged into. So Graphene OS, along with good OPSEC, really gives you a major privacy and security boost, so much so to the point that law enforcement agents are starting to profile people just based on the type of smartphone they choose to use. And obviously from a distance, the cops can't tell if you're using Graphene OS or Lineage OS or anything else. They would actually have to get up close and personal to verify that. And I'm sure that 9 times out of 10 people in Catalina are just using stock Android on their Google Pixels. But imagine how triggered the police over there would be if they actually did start discovering Graphene OS every single time, or at least most of the time, that they just talk to any run-of-the-mill Pixel user. Imagine you have 2 phones and you're trying to do a side-by-side comparison of a regular Pixel phone that's running stock vanilla Android and then one running Graphene OS. The police over there might actually think that you're Pablo Escobar.
Yeah, get it now because the new Pixel is gonna break this too. Like, there's a good chance that the new version of the phone will not support this. Guys, you gotta learn how to fix shit yourself, I think, now. Because everything's built to be obsolete anyway, and the newer models of things that are gonna come out are gonna have built-in hardware blocks that are gonna make all of this far more difficult. You can probably download to your PC even if you don't have a Pixel yet. Well, I mean, like, yeah, you can download the OS. I probably will, actually. That's a good idea. I need to go find a fucking Pixel. I don't know where to get one because I have to trade my phone for it. So I'll have to figure that out because I'm not spending like $800. I don't have $800 to spend on a second phone.
So I guess that's a great way to troll police who don't want the citizens of their country to have any decent privacy.
But you guys should get this.
A second Pixel phone and just casually...
Especially every unlicensed pharmaceutical distributor needs to have this. Like it is mandatory for that line of work. Honestly, I found one on Craigslist for $350. Yeah, but you live in America. I live in Australia.
Install Graphene OS on it. Use it as like a portable MP3 player or whatever. Just use it. And you know what? If you really want to mess with them, install Signal on it too, and just occasionally text yourself on Signal and give yourself a username on there that sounds like some sort of drug kingpin. That's probably the best way to speedrun going to jail in Catalina. But all
right, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. We're gonna speedrun going to jail in Catalina. You guys want to see some wild shit? So, Benny Johnson, one of the gayest men in the administration, in the regime, posted this AI video today. This AI video is to literally cover up the fact that he gets backshots from random men in Walmart parking lots daily, but that's a whole other story.
Surrender that gigantic pie. To the free, my rascally restaurant!
We are in the dumbest fucking timeline. This is a Russian agent, by the way. Benny Johnson is a Russian agent. Swolitarian has the right idea, though. This man is fruity as fuck. I want to call him the F-slur, but I'm queer and I got banned from Twitch for calling a Nazi the F-slur last time, so I'm not gonna do it. Even though I'm fucking queer, and I should be able to say the F-slur to that F-slur, I can't, so you fill in the blanks there. That's a stain on Batman's legacy. I'll tell you who else got stains. It was him. He gets stained by the men that he's getting a backshot from every day. A Toguf? Yeah, he's a Toguf. Like derogatory in parentheses after, because me and my friends call each other that all the time, and it's not derogatory. You know who else is a Toguf? It's Nick Sorter. They arrested Nick, and MAGA's mad. They're like, the cops arrested a man with a red MAGA hat, in all caps.
What are you doing? What the fuck? What are you doing?
They're trying to incite violence so that they can use this as a Reichstag. I do adore the mod wall in chat. I do too. Some people thought it would be a bad idea for me to make my whole chat mods. I don't know why it would be. Because this is literally practicing what I preach. It's community policing. Every single one of you has the same powers. If one of you bans somebody and the other person doesn't want them banned, they can just unban them. You guys can talk about it. The only thing I wish is that the mods could ban each other. See, that would be a problem though, because essentially, you are all known, like you are all registered in the community. New people, the only reason they don't instantly get modded is because, I mean, like the state of things in the world, because otherwise I would just love to do that. The reason that mods can't ban each other is because that would cause infighting. I would rather, like, a conversation occur, and if a mod needs to get banned, I can ban the mod. I knew I was just vetted. Well, it's because you're based. Like, new person comes in, and they're based for a little bit. Like, there's no sussy shit. I'll just make them a mod. Aren't there elevated mods that have that power? I think that's how it works on Letter Hacks channel. Yes, there are 2 of them. I believe. So, you know. Yeah, Buncore is one of them. So Buncore can ban other mods. I just, like, prefer not to have other mods banned. Oh, no, don't worry, Buncore. I'm well aware. I'm well aware. Ban the newest mod and we create a hierarchy of legacy mods. What are we, Republicans? So China had an oopsie at a drone show, and it looks apocalyptic. So this was one of their, like, drone fireworks shows, and it went horribly wrong. Music, again. This looks like this is worse than the thermite drones in Ukraine. That's fucking terrifying. It looks like they're getting bombed. Well, the reason that Buncore has that power is because I trust Buncore more than anyone else in chat. But, like, I'm not against, like, there's another managing moderator. This was China, Jason Schoof. Still looks cool, yeah. Who thought this would be a good idea? I mean, they generally have, like, this, but it works. Like, the Chinese do drone fireworks shows regularly, and they work well. It's just this was a bad one. Yeah, hold on, let me see. Let me show you what a Chinese drone fireworks show looks like. This was real bad? Yeah, no, of course. Like, this is the kind of shit they do. Can I not mute the music? So that's their normal drone shows. Yeah, this had to be like a mass manufacturing error or something. Yeah. Wait, I thought the drones replace fireworks with lights and holograms. You mean they attach fireworks to the drones? Yeah, no, they do. They do. Like, these are fireworks, like actual ones, falling from the drones. I mean, like, look at Ukraine. These are thermite drones. So, like, this is tech that we already use. Those thermite drones clear out, like, huts and, like, dugouts for the Russians. What's up, Kanami the Alpha? So, like, this was fucking crazy. Because usually, they're really good. They turned into Ukrainian fucking thermite drones, though. This looks apocalyptic. Maybe the drone shipments got mixed up and the Ukraine received the fire. Well, I mean, to be fair, China sends these to Russia often, but... I mean... Yeah, that's not what you want. Oopsie. Oopsie doopsie. Someone's getting thrown into a gulag for this, I'll tell you that much. We gotta get you on a manual on putting some audio and non-VOD audio tracks from OBS so you can just not give a fuck. Twitch lobbied for this feature, by the way. I don't even know how to do that, but I would love it. Metal as fuck? I mean, yeah. It looks cool. I don't know if I would want to be... Actually, no, I would totally want to be there. I'm crazy enough that I would want to be there. It's not a good thing, though. This would never happen in Taiwan. Taiwan's number one. Well, on that, actually, it really looks like I may have been right. I just may have been a little wrong on the time period, because there is a lot more reports coming out of build-up near Chinese ports. I'd be okay if I had a hard hat, I suppose, yeah. Mobilization rumors explode across Z Telegram. The Russians are... Okay, so there's been some reports that came out recently that the Russians are planning to assault NATO, like start the war. And Europeans and NATO are underestimating this massively. Now, Russia doesn't have many troops available. They have a lot of tanks, armored vehicles, artillery that are not useful in Ukraine, but are useful against NATO. They have about 100,000 reserve troops, and it is likely that if Russia was to assault NATO, they would also have Chinese and North Korean troops with them. So, you guys gotta not underestimate these people. They have a lot of armored vehicles they could use, a lot of tanks they could use. They don't get used in Ukraine because they get their shit rocked in Ukraine. And it's really demand power, but North Korea already sent 20,000 in total, and China might as well now. They're still holding on to Armada tanks. Yeah, like they have a decent amount of it. And these new mobilization rumors, I don't think that they are real just yet, but they will be soon. The end of Android freedom, Google's 2026 plan. What the fuck is this? Oh, okay, never mind. It won't matter. It won't matter. It won't matter if I switch to a Pixel. It is literally for Android OS. Good to know. So now I have to switch my phone OS and my PC OS. I might be gone for a little while, guys. I will stream if like something important happens. If something really important happens and my computer's fucked, I will stream on my phone. So go and follow my socials, including my TikTok, because if I have to do TikTok, I'll do my TikTok. I'm definitely gonna be here on my birthday though, because that will be fun. I want to play a game on my birthday. I think I'm thinking. I have a few ideas. Maybe Borderlands. Join the Discord if you have not already. And if you feel like donating and not letting YouTube take half the money, you could use that link there. I would very, very much appreciate it. Support independent media. Be safe, y'all. Because, like, the fascism is here. The Nazis are here. Protect yourselves. Do what you can. Join the SRA. Learn how to defend yourself. Lock down your stuff PC-wise, your internet usage. Go talk to your neighbors. Please walk around your community. Make friends with people you don't like. A lot of the people that you don't like are like that because they have no one in their life to talk to. Have a lovely, lovely night, guys. I will see you guys next time.